fine.
Wow. That's what we wanted. That's the next campaign.
But illicit campaign. What if we mix them? You know?
Oh Lord. You know what? I understand that there is a tradition for very young dragons in very old but young looking dragons in anime. So
Oh, I'll take your word
you
for
know.
it.
This would be
Yeah.
the first time in a long time that I'm just not going to drop a new token on the map, and we'll edit
Oh.
the current token. It'll mean that you don't have to flag the initiative. Like
My
macro
God.
at
I don't
first.
know.
That's luxury.
I
This
feel
is how
like
you treat your DM people.
Yeah.
Making you not right for them. Flag that. Flag that whole thing.
Oh man, thank you. So nice.
I don't know. This campaign very much feels
shit.
like my. It's like it is an epic, right? Getting
Yeah.
as a DM to play through the end of an era, then the beginning, like a full next one, the beginning of the next one is certainly a big chunk of Forgotten Realms history. Now, of course, if you're Grimmeth, you began playing 2nd edition.
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition, yes, in the mid-90s.
So of course, there's a lot of history there that we haven't done. Right? We probably would know very little about it. But, I don't know. It sort of gets through all the lore. We get through all the lore of the Forgotten Realms that happen here. But in my process of researching for the game and updating the world map and such, I get to sort of touch on all of that. It's sort of fun. Nostalgic.
I mean, I enjoyed greatly because in our home game also there's starting to be like intermingling knowledge where it's like you see someone like, oh, it's Sharware Super, and you're like, oh, fuck you, son of a bitch. Gonna get my cold resistance ready.
And that's the best part of being an adventurer, like being like a person that you can take like grudges with you, like over the ages of like multiple
There's
things.
just like this hive mind adventurer's knowledge that's like, oh my god, Sirik, I'm gonna murder you. Yeah, it's sort of funny, and it's also funny because it's like it's not like my dragon's a nice person, but they hate them too.
See, your character has no idea who this. No, but they fucking heard. They heard the grapevine. They know.
Like Sharmops or whatever. There's like, oh, stun you forever. And like, no, no.
A wizard wearing a red robe wants to pay you to go into a tomb and retrieve an ancient scroll. They promise to pay you well afterwards.
It's anytime you see a spellcaster, do they wear a red robe? Are they bald? Have they faced their two
Here's the thing,
right?
like they could be wearing like red robes and not be a member of like the Red Wizard Society. And you're like,
that's when you press.
But am I
like,
gonna
okay,
take the
is he bald
chance? I think they're really known all over the realms, but
yeah, I mean they're the bad guys. That's like if you're not one of them, you hate them.
I'm sure there are a number of wizards and sorcerers who are like, hey, those Thaans don't have proprietary ownership over the color red. Fuck them.
Yeah, I want to wear red.
I live here in Kalimshan. Like hell if I'm gonna.
Come for them, Grimmeth, and then they're like, all right, you know what? Blue is cool too. Or maroon. Something
like maybe they need to consider another emblem or symbol besides the color red in casting magic. Just throw that out there.
Yeah. Well, but it's such
I don't
know. It's such a classic.
Of course, if we really wanted to get wild with this campaign, we'd zoom out from this current world map and then we'd go, what about what's happening in Sakara? Or, Karatura?
Is that what we do if we wanted to get wild?
I don't know. Last time I
put a map of Abir next to the map of Toro with multi-planetary dragon warfare. Probably not.
I was gonna say,
but
no. If you want to get wild, it's like time travel shit, and then I quit. I refuse. I refuse time travel. No.
I know.
You two, both of you sure know how to have a good time.
Yeah.
Time travel. I feel like
time travel is like the end of me. I'm like, no. All right.
But what if you were the reason that the plot happened to begin with, so that you would get ready to face the threat that you otherwise wouldn't be ready to face?
I mean, that's not really time travel, is it?
You went back in time to.
Oh, if I went back in time, that would be alright. It's just like spring it on me, like, oh, you're not alright. no, that's not a
I don't
thing.
know. I think I'd be in for it.
All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind if I ever start DMing.
It would be a challenge, I think, for you to keep continuity. But
Oh, yeah. No, that's
whatever
why
you go
it's
back
like
in time to
people.
do has to have
I
already
think what I
happened in the
hate
past.
is the thing where it's like, well, and then people are like, well, but will it have happened? And was it? And I'm like, no. My brain is like, nope.
Mhm.
This is not. I'm not gonna go look up how to understand time travel. I refuse.
So, you two ready for exciting recap?
Yes, very
Yeah.
long. I hear. I'm like leaning back. Got
No,
a cup of
it
coffee.
won't be. That's
Okay.
that's usually how I don't do my recaps.
Yeah. Well, last time you were teasing me that it should be very short, so I felt like
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, but
no.
that's because yours are almost always long.
Look, yeah, it's true.
Well,
All
let's
right.
see if we can
If we
remember
live
it then.
to see our epilogues, mine is just going to be like 10 pages. So
Welcome
no.
back to sessions. Welcome back to Dreads of the Dragon Coast, everyone. This is session 131. Previously, a few days after the Banyan fight, Imi's Allegiance here was visited by an avatar of Malar. There is a reckoning coming. A bunch of small little nature deities are coming after the king, Sylvanas. What will come of that? We'll find out. Then a year passed. Red Banner hosts down there in the south left their work for Naflax City and they relocated to the Snowflake Mountains. Also, all the available adventures are in Cormyr and Symbia, because Shar is feeling the pressure. She wants that damn Shadow Weave, and she's running out of time. My Green Dragon was greeted by a rotting man who wanted to be devoured by Talona's gift, and over the course of this year, we haven't finished with the year, a total of 4 pilgrims appear seeking Talona's gift. They're servants of the Clawed God, the Rotting God, the Molding One, remnant of a Netherese deity. They've been rejected by heavy policing, swatted aside by the Green Dragon, not giving a fuck. They can fuck off. They are not significant enough. But the primary feature of what happened last session was Versicatrix, Ares' character, waffling in Baldur's Gate as what she's gonna do arose because the meeting between two individuals with god sparks in them of Baal is a giant festival in broad daylight, which sent Ari into a tailspin, ultimately deciding that she's just gonna go on with the show like those two powerful NPCs did. Abdel Adrian, the grand hero of Baldur's Gate, appeared for a speech. The people loved him. Got interrupted by an episode. Assassins struck to create chaos. Then Vikang, sworn Baal spawn foe, teleported before Abdel. The two began to do battle, and then Versicatrix is like, "Hello, I am a third party, and I've come for you both." She wins because she takes both unconscious god sparks with her. And this entire week of downtime, as we're still in this year, contemplates what the hell to do with them this session. Oh, and I consider opening a portal to the Summerfey and lobbing Talona's gift inside of it. And we leveled up to level 26. The end.
Wow. Yeah, we did. Beyond that, last time we had a lot of empty goal slots, and we have even more now. We have one current goal, which is a hard goal of remove the Netherese influence from Sembia, leaving us 3 empty goals to be filled.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and fill my 1 empty goal slot that I have kept idle, and it's basically going to be putting you and then all of the other NPCs through you on notice. Because the only god who's ever made enemies or at least through any kind of offer is Malar. And so unless that changes, the second goal is to become an avatar of Malar.
All right. Okay. That seems difficult in general.
I agree. Yeah.
So, okay. the goal would be to become an Avatar Malar, yeah,
Hmm.
and putting people on notice.
No, that's basically like. No, that's basically like informing like you. Like that goal remains there unless the Green Dragon's mind is changed.
All right.
Otherwise, like as the sessions progress, she's going to get progressively like more in line with Malar. Because right now she hasn't really made up her mind.
All right.
This is informing you that if this trajectory continues, she will make up her mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the Lord of the Hunt is someone she's been aligned with Malar for a very long time,
She has been.
and the offer is genuine.
Yep.
She's powerful. She is very powerful. Being now level 26.
Yeah.
Reaching
Yeah.
the height really of what a mortal can be capable of doing.
I thought about how I might want to like frame it or like leave it empty, but no, she has not made up her mind right now. But if circumstances continue as they were, it will be decided,
Mhm.
and
And-
this world might be doomed in that way.
It certainly would give a Emissary has something that most of the Malarites don't have, which is
A brain.
consideration for
Oh,
circumstances. A nicer way of saying it.
okay,
Yes.
yeah.
They're
yeah.
very good at what they do, but they hunt because they are hunters.
Dragons usually have long-term planning with them because they live for many centuries.
And Malar usually doesn't. He's petty and angry as the best.
He's
of
a black dragon.
these
oh!
evil gods, right?
I don't think black dragons get to have ownership over
Of
pettiness.
pettiness? No, it's the cicatrixes. So.
All right, yep, there we go. Ari, you're for your 2 slots.
Yes. All right. Manakai, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Like the planar alignment.
Yes.
That is an event that happens like at a set time in the year.
basically
All
as
right.
as all the different planes and planets of Toril, some one or the other, begin to align up close to each other. It will sort of intensify over the year. About the middle of the year, it'll reach its sort of height, and then it will wane after that.
All right, so midsummer next year.
Yeah. So it would allow for like one question or one like, for instance, I want to absorb the godly sparks, right?
Basically, what you can do with it is you can
Like
perform,
one feet
perform
of
rituals, yeah, that would otherwise be far beyond you.
right, but one ritual.
I mean, yes, sort of that's
yeah.
how it's
No, I'm
generally
just
thought,
saying,
right?
like, I'm,
But
you
of
know,
course,
because
if you wanna like do a small thing, then you can, right? But generally, you would spend the time setting up preparations for your thing, getting
Yeah,
whatever you
yeah.
might need, not really being sure of what that could be. Then, just really absorbing all this knowledge, all this access, right? Tuning your mind to it, then doing whatever it makes you feel like you should do, and then at the end, you would have the thing that you're interested in having.
all right, then.
But it's not like you can't leave for 5 minutes or anything.
No. I was just like, I was thinking like, because I have to choose what I want to use that for, right?
Mhm.
And it will affect my goals. But I
No.
figured it would be like one thing, right?
Yeah. Do
It's
you
like a
have
thing where it's like-
multiple things you want to do with it?
Well, I mean, I'm always looking for ways to screw over Yaffle, right?
Sure.
So I was like, okay, if I can do more things than one, then maybe one of my goals this session will be to go into the portal and sort of like try and access something that I could then use later. But I mean, I got these sparks, and I want to be able to use them for something other than beating the shit out of someone every now and then to make them stay unconscious.
I mean, certainly, like it's a bit
It's
of
just
a
like that's a very big feat, right? I don't know, like,
Yeah.
I have so much
This-
downtime.
this event is a bit of a I
once
don't
in a
remember what you call
lifetime
it.
experience.
Well, if you live human lifetimes, certainly. But it basically it allows you to narratively do things that would otherwise be outside of the game, like bounds and possibilities, right? You have some big project, some artifact you want to make or something. This is the chance to do that. And using those two souls to do a thing is basically just you're gonna get the best possible like
Yeah,
result
yeah, yeah.
from the,
All right.
that
Well,
position,
that will then be my goal. How would like we word it? Like absorb, or
right?
is that
Integrate, I would say.
integrate? Yeah. The
At the moment, that
complete
would be an
sparks
easy goal.
of Baal.
Great.
Yes.
The God souls
Right.
all into mercy.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you know when to do it. You have the things. No one is right on your tail at the moment, so you know it's almost fortunate you did it so late. Don't have to wait a long time.
Yeah, yeah, that was my plan all along. All right, next goal will be an old goal that I'll put back on the table. Secure what is beyond the portal, specifically, of course, the Thayan Gate that I have built that leads to whatever hellish lobby I have surely been in before.
Medium goal. Secure
Not
the
hard anymore. Yeah, like it.
secure. Yeah. What is
Because I don't know what's beyond the
Beyond-
portal.
beyond the gate?
I'm assuming the like the treat isn't just whatever Balespawn or whatever. I don't know, giant devil thing.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right. That gives us 4 goals
I
then.
did it.
You
Yes.
remove Netherese influence from Semir, will become an avatar of Nalar, will integrate the God Souls of Baal into the Cicatrix, and will secure what is beyond the gate.
You know what? These were not the when I joined this game. These were not the goals I expected to have.
We're certainly getting
Eat
up
God
there.
souls and become an avatar. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, really, we can just begin. So, remember, the first thing I'll ask you is how public is Amy Serenity? You say now that she's received no other offers. Is she looking for other offers? Like, is it a
That sounds like effort.
Or,
No.
or is it very passive?
It's passive.
Yeah.
Like, she challenged Valar. That was pretty. But as far as she's concerned, like, well, now when I die, I don't go to hell, and this upcoming opportunity here, if I pursue that, because she's still thinking about whether she should, like, then I'll have even more freedom. And so, like, you know what? It's like some paladin of Banyans, like, ooh, yes, you could, like, protect things instead. And there's savagery and viciousness, too. Like, that's the only thing she's heard. No other god's been like, sup.
Yeah. Which
Even Tiamat hasn't been like, sup. So,
hasn't. The
So,
word is
so
she
no.
has had not very much power to get around.
Yeah. And so, like, much as I portrayed in last session, like, she's spending a lot of time, like, in thought of, like how much she wants to do, and we ended up with the idea of her contemplating opening a portal to the Summer Fae, which Nova Cree's like, I could do that easy. Like, I'm an Eladrin.
Make that happen. I went last summer.
And yeah, right. Like, even take like Malorites with him, which she's been like contemplating doing and finding people to do that. And then worst case, she can always just lob Talona's gift in there and be like, okay, we're done with the Summer Fae, everyone.
Yeah.
Let's close the portal and forget about
See
it.
you, bitches.
That's right.
Yeah. So her interest in the Millar is directly tied to her desire for personal freedom.
Yes.
And that is more important to her than the natural balance that you nature deities are
Right.
blind.
Right. It's like there's a selfishness like element there too. Like if she doesn't just want to be like a normal petitioner, like some sort of dumb supplicant in the afterlife. She wants the freedom to just laze around and maybe do whatever for like the rest of eternity. I think below that is the desire to. It competes. Like she wouldn't accept freedom from like the far realm, right? Like there would be like bound like and steps that she wouldn't go to. Like she finds Shar too unnatural, and she would find that unacceptable. But so it's like a 1A and a 1B thing for her desire to like purge unnatural elements from nature, and then her desire to be free.
Yeah.
Competing interests.
So really, as long as nature exists in some capacity, that's fine. Even if maybe the definition of what is natural changes.
Right.
'Cause
It
of
can
course
be a little flexible, like to allow Talona, but it can't be too flexible to allow Shar or
Yeah.
Thayans or aberrations.
I'm just looking to see how committed she is, right?
Yeah.
Because of course, aiding Malar and the Malorites in overthrowing Sylvanas would, I mean, potentially, if they became the greater deity of nature, you would have a vastly different natural world.
You
to
absolutely
what you
would.
have now, right? You would
Yeah.
have a sort of struggle to survive everywhere. What has been happening with the savage beasts down the Flood Forest would just become the way it is, which would
And
probably mean
the Green
doom for
Dragon would
many,
find
many
that
people.
the Green Dragon would find that perfectly acceptable.
Because of course nature would be unbalanced. You can't just make every animal into a dire version of itself and make it hyper aggressive, and then you know people wouldn't have a good time with Malar in control of nature.
Or if like any of the other like various like nature gods, like she could be malleable about that. Like Sylvanas could remain in control, someone else could end up being in control. Right now she's just like, I just want room for me. And for horrible like monsters and terrible ritual magic, out of here. But if she continues like along the path without like anything changing her mind, it will eventually be Malar all the way.
And what of the brewing conflict inside the Emerald Enclave? Really, it's sort of it's sort of fraying under the tearing in different directions.
If she remains like if nothing changes her mind, it will eventually be that she like the Emerald Enclave will not exist in its current form, as it's vastly going to transform into. She'll break that too and reform it to better serve her interests, which will be Malar's.
Yeah. That was sort of like a angry high druid sort of situation.
Yep. That may have happened before, but hey, it's better for Malar than Shar, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
History repeats itself,
No, it's not repeating itself. Malar is a nature deity. Shar is not a nature deity.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's better.
Shar definitely is not.
No.
Shadow. No. Different plane, overlain. Yeah. All right. Because that really, I mean, I like that she's coming out with this. You're choosing to pursue this because it really exemplifies what's going on with the Emerald Enclave. The many different factions are really pulling. As some people begin to say, we should be more altruistic. We should, as their influence spreads beyond the borders of the Gulfmere. It was sort of easy to agree on how things should be when you are within the borders of a big forest where nobody lives. It doesn't really matter exactly what ideology you have, but once you sort of spread out, grow bigger, and your influence is bigger, suddenly these things begin to become the rifts become much.
We may have been in a situation like in King of Dragon Pass where we create separate clans and then they're chucked out of here, but they are not allowed to take half my fucking cows with them.
No.
Fucking King of Dragon, like, oh yeah, we separate, take all these cows. You will not.
Will you give them anything? Nothing. You will have nothing.
1/5.
Certainly, that is already happening. As down here, the Malorites are many. While up in the northern part, there isn't really that many of them. Historically, haven't really been that many of them.
Indeed.
Yeah, the high forest. A lot more elves there than down here.
Ugh.
They don't really go into that whole hunting thing. They're much more like looking at Relon and gazing at the moon and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Hippies.
so certainly the distance here is quite grand. And of course the Chundlewood used to be a big druid place, but then Lake Rodland is sort of covering that whole.
Mm-hmm.
The word on that is that the weird obsidian sea has frozen over. Or something's happening, right?
I was gonna say, is that where Cindermoon is?
Probably. Seems
Yeah.
likely.
I figured, that seems.
Given
Oh, a lot of
that
sharp bullshit. All
that
right,
used
yeah.
to be her sort of home.
God, I liked her so much.
You know.
She's a crazy bitch.
Yeah. The rest of this in-game year, though, as I described like last session, is just going to be spent in the Green Dragon contemplating, because it was a serious offer an Avatar Malar gave her, and she has been spending her focus and energies with Nova Cree for how she is going to fling violent Malorites into the court of the Summer Fae. The Feywild, really.
But that's such a genius plan, because like not only would you take care of the Summer Fae, but you would also be rid of all these crazy fucking plague brought mold people who wants to go see your deadly poison. Like,
She's not going to fling the poison in immediately. Like, it would be
no,
rude
no.
to be like, fling the poison in and then send Malorites.
Yes, true.
It's a one-way portal.
The strongest survive.
The poison is if she decides she's done either with going to the Feywild or done receiving petitioners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the hunt.
So yeah, I'm ready to pass to the next year, and it sounds like Aerie wants to get to that next year so that she can start.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect Visigatrix is always already reading up, preparing.
Yeah, you made note of that. You were looking for like the suitable like a ritual location,
Yes.
and so on and so forth.
If it's in the valley, you're
really
gonna remove
anywhere in the valley. The Dragonfane would be useful, except if you bring something valuable there, you sort of gotta leave it. Which isn't super helpful.
Isn't super great for me.
But you control places close to the valley.
I do.
The dam is sort of would be the edge of the valley, right? And then you have the.
It's the dam, he says.
Well,
We're gonna call it.
It
we're
is
gonna call it the
titular dam
damned
at this point.
now.
The muddy rubble pile that once.
I mean,
the stones have sunken down.
we
You
already
sort of see
made a
that there's
ritual
a-
space there, so we're just gonna move that shit.
There's a weird old cave with a couple sturges in it. That could be
Ugh.
flooded old pipe.
Maybe you can branch out a little bit to the City of the Dead, which isn't too far from the Serpent Valley.
I don't think.
Lovely place.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Empty,
seems like a
dust
great place.
alone.
You know what? I prefer not to think of all the undead that is under the.
Well, there aren't any undead. It's just empty and desolate there.
Yeah.
Where you could have all the privacy you'd want. Because
Yeah.
wouldn't it be some shit if like you start doing a thing and Ganazar's like, "Hey, bud, what's happening out here?"
No, yeah. She's gonna send him a new book or something.
Oh, I fell into the ritual and got the souls in me.
Yeah. Oh, hey. No. Yeah. She'll send him like a scroll that has so many categories that he'll be locked up for years trying to figure out where to put it in the archive.
I see you're trying to create a ritual. Would you like to know more? No.
Yeah. I found a book upon the contemplation of philosophy. And
Yeah.
-5 to any roll. No, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all well and good. Then we can begin to move on our
Yes.
but something else happens towards the end of this year, during perhaps autumn or something. And that is a moment of silence. Now that doesn't seem too weird or too strange, except it happens seemingly globally. At sort of the afternoon on a cold autumn day, everyone and everything just sort of stop for a moment, including you, whatever you might be doing, contemplating or starting, almost as if you're trying to hear something, as if someone has said something from far away and you're straining to hear it, except there's nothing, because everything else around you has taken the same moment to listen. It's almost a painful silence, as if there should be something you could hear. But perhaps whatever message it is not meant for you.
He's
Or
gonna
perhaps there
say
isn't one.
Io speaking to all children.
It only takes like 30 seconds or something. And
I
then
was gonna say,
it all returns. People who were fighting in the street, are sort of looking up and going quiet, remember that they should be punching each other. And you can sort of continue with your thing. Perhaps not thinking it too strange, it was just very
well,
quiet and you noticed it. But once you begin to figure out that it happened everywhere, rumors begin to spring about.
I was gonna say, Vesika would think about, like, because she's seen this happen recently, basically with the God Spark, right?
Hmm.
Like he did that thing where he's like trying to listen for something.
Yeah.
And this sort of reminds her of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't like it.
Throughout winter, a massive explosion is heard. One that I would say the valley hasn't heard, or the region hasn't heard in a while, but it definitely has, pretty recently. As a couple more of the earth motes over the Landsmouth seem to have fallen down suddenly, one of them crashing into the edge of the rock here, pulling, mile of rocky cliff face down into the Underdark, crushing whatever aboleths and illithids and stuff are down there. They certainly seem to, whatever lives in that sea is having a bad day.
Good. Good work,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
During this year, you will also begin to see migrations of harpies flying primarily north to the Stormhorn, Sunset Mountains, and down to the Snowflake Mountain, avoiding the Giant Front Mountains and the Troll Mountains. There are reasons.
Yeah, you know what? That's after all the troubles we've been in here, I wouldn't blame anyone.
They want to be eaten by dragons.
Yeah. I was gonna say immediately, I was like, hey, motherfuckers, join me or die. So, yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. And as we begin to cross into the next year, we will have more news of orcs in the north of Luroar, and a call to arms of the old alliance of the Silver Marches. The alliance of elf, man, and dwarf is brought up, but it just turns out everyone's sort of dealing with their own thing. The elves are trying to deal with Netheril, and the humans are. There's a big aboleth problem, and the dwarves, all these orcs, and it seems like it's hard for them to really coordinate, making it so that the Lord's Alliance has to step in to the region to provide that aid. Many grumble about it. It seems like these old nations and old alliances are giving way to a new power in that region too, that being the Lord's Alliance expanding. Beyond that, there's word of sickness in Athkatla in Am. Apparently some sort of new strange plague has been hitting, begin spreading in the highly populated and wealthy towns and cities there, giving some leeway and really ending the conflict that has been happening between Baldur's Gate and Amn, as neither part has the resources at the moment to go deal with that. more words continue to spread around. Stories of Chosen are monthly or even weekly if you are in a highly traveled past tavern. Word is that apparently in High Imaskar and Timanther, the weakened states of the Dragonborn there have had Chosen appear to fight them of deities that were thought dead 100 years ago. Speaking with ancient voices in languages no longer really understood. They have been appearing. Some not powerful at all, while others are very powerful. Words are that a sun priest has been appearing on the Sword Coast somewhere, who was just a normal farmer until one day he looked at the sun too long and now has the power of the Chosen.
Oh my
Um,
god.
It seems
my
like these
God.
titles are appearing everywhere, and to everyone for the flimsiest of reasons. Beyond that, most of the Chosen appear to simply know the name of a Chosen from a rival deity in the same region. Meaning that you have sort of incidents of them
Oh,
gathering
Lord.
followers and then having small local wars beginning to pop up all over the realms. I won't be, you know, I'm saying this now because this is going to be a thing I would have to tell you every time we play. But
The
this is
farmer
happening
killed the
everywhere.
Right. Until like the
Smith.
Overgod resolves this is all like
Oh,
throw it down
Yeah.
as
There
effort
is,
everywhere.
Yeah.
It is an age of strife and the breaking of old orders. So,
So, any Chosen popping up in this region of the Dragon Coast and throwing down another
You
Chosen?
know,
there is
just,
a couple here already.
Yeah.
It seems like in Cormyr and in Sembia certainly things.
I don't mean up there. There's 1900 Chosen there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all fucking crowding that shit.
I mean, any Chosen stupid enough to be next to us.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
well, something is happening down in Dunspirin, in the Durgar
Ah.
city underground. Apparently,
Yeah.
their psionic powers are beginning to manifest themselves in more
Oh.
powerful ways. And there's word that their clerics who have relied on psionics are beginning to find a different power available to them, as if their deity, who has always been a real deity, definitely real and living, but only ever provides psionic power, has begun to provide a modicum of divine power. You know,
Oh,
as well.
That might cause a lot of contention down there too.
Yeah, it's somewhat controversial, but
Yes.
you know,
I mean, they're Durgar,
It'd
but
be
they're also
shame.
still dwarves, the old ways.
Yeah. Would be a shame if a green dragon. I mean, someone was to.
I'm not going down there. I don't have to.
No.
Time to roll with the
I'm
Durgar.
on good terms with
Yeah,
them, as
they-
good as anyone.
They don't have much interest in the surface world, really.
Yeah.
They are looking down to. I mean, if a couple of dwarves come near them, I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? They're gonna get killed and enslaved.
Mhm.
But
Oh,
for the most
of
part,
course.
they're really just about holding
Yeah.
back the tide
Filling
of
up
illithid
versus-
that would
Yeah,
otherwise be.
Yeah, like we're
Oh,
great
of course.
neighbors. I don't want to go down there. They don't want to come up here. That makes us great
Yeah.
numbers.
Like the Death
Yeah.
King. Remember, this whole region is under here is a
Oh,
massive
yeah.
hive of the worst illithid you could find, pretty much. Which is also one of the reasons this alignment is so potent. But you know, turns out there are various forces that live in the Underdark that have to deal with it. Because
Yeah.
problem.
Honestly, like all these Earth motes crashing into the Underdark is probably one of the best things that happens. Just destroy
Well-
it, guys.
Well,
Yeah.
Ari,
Super
what if
foolish.
every year Manikai erased a little bit of this cliff line and it just got
Yeah.
closer and
Uh-huh.
closer to the giant trap?
Well, presumably, at least the valley will have to exist. So you know, it sucks to be in Thunderhome, I suppose.
Maybe there's a counter.
But, oh God, an Underdark.
You have
valley.
No. Wouldn't that be some shit of
14
like, yo,
years.
what does happen to the campaign if the Serpent Valley itself gets erased?
If you nuke it, yeah, what happens? Good question. You know, How important is the
Yeah,
valley?
but
I'm
you
really
know,
short that.
but you know that hell has a clause in it. Like that's written into
With
the
who?
contract. It's written into like if, buts, and you know, like fucking any.
With whom? If acts of God, like who are they going to take their claim up with?
Yes, well, you know.
Take it to court.
Yeah.
Celestial.
We're gonna sue you. Screams the pit fiend. I mean that's probably what will happen.
I am
Uh,
Helm. I am the impartial overseer.
We're joking, but
if,
they will.
if, you know, if Ymir
Okay.
Zuri leader here were to die, her soul would be, well, you know, she would go to Kellamore, who would say, well, it seems like you're dedicated to Malar, so that's where you'll go. But it also says here that Hell owns you. So what are we gonna do? And then Malar would say, no, it's mine. And then Hell would get very upset and probably try to sue the Beast God, which, I mean, he probably just wouldn't show. Honestly,
Yep.
he doesn't have a.
No one has time to hear these claims right now. The deities are busy.
No, it's just like, you know,
I do
they send a notice, like a paperwork, to the fucking beast god. Like,
The session has been derailed at this point, but I do love the idea of like Kellamore like saying that to these early streams. She's like, so just like wait here for like, just
yeah.
like just sit here.
Yeah, just sit here. It's like, oh, that's
Okay.
not what I heard.
Yeah, I know, right?
I guess there's like a town here. You could go and have a. I don't know.
Yeah, like normally I don't let you folks go in here whose situations haven't been resolved. That would be like a punishment, but
the thing. Gotta figure out how to.
yeah, just you give me a moment. We got to call some people.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be a real hot case because, like,
There are
of course,
petitioners
they'll
behind
set
you. Yeah.
precedents, you know.
Please move along in the
And,
queue.
yeah.
Everyone else sighs. Ugh. I was just about to get to my afterlife.
All right. Anything else happening at the start of the year? Obviously, that's going to be happening through the rest of time until you
Yes,
tell us otherwise.
that is until I say not that's not happening. That they're really going at it. I'm not sure how you would find this news, but I'm going to give it to you. I mean, you're very clued in, people. You're super powerful. But apparently, Zastam in Thay has decided that, you know what, hunting these exiles is enough. Enough is enough. He's done that for long enough. He's sort of feeling done with it. Whatever exiles that remain, what are they going to do? They hit him with everything they had, and he laughed at them. So, you know, he's just too powerful. And now he's going to go and deal with other things. Really, he's not too interested in continuing to hunt them down. Rather, he's got other things to do.
Like eating chosen.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's certainly a busy time if that's your hobby.
Yeah.
So that's also another thing. Now, does that mean he'll begin to look back into this region and figure out, like, so what was up with all this? Probably not right now. He's definitely distracted by the same things that is sort of on everyone's mind, which is the world is beginning to go mad. Yeah. In quite major ways.
I get you. This paranoia can eventually lead him back to Yaffle, but there's other opportunities out there for him.
Well, I mean, if she's out there having, you know, eaten 10 more chosen, it's not gonna hurt him.
Not like he's afraid.
She can't eat chosen.
More like intrigued.
No, I mean, why would he be?
Okay.
Yeah, that's sort of the current goings on. Really, a lot of eyes are away from the Dragon Coast here because, well, you know, the Lord's Alliance got stuff to deal with. Cormier and the Netherese are sort of dealing with each other. The dragons all looking like, well, that being Termish and Shisanta, sort of looking down to Timanther. Apparently, the Red Banner host is doing something over in the mountains.
Yes, our clever schemes to be unnoticed have worked.
After so many years, finally people aren't paying attention to it.
Yes!
No plague and really, stuff is happening everywhere but here. Then again, to someone else, you would be the stuff that's happening here.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
it's sort of
And on Sastam, I love the thought that he's like trying to position himself to be a god of magic, and then he's like, "Oh, your godly aspect," and it's like paranoia. It's like, oh,
Well, you can understand, and Manikai mentioned this, how the Netheril Empire and Thayans would start having tension up there
oh
because
yeah,
Shar wants to
oh yeah,
build her own
definitely.
Shadow Weave, and Sam's like, hold on, motherfucker, I didn't.
Yeah, I want to be. Hey, yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know,
Also,
apparently Netherese, news from them. Get into that. Apparently, they begin to poke at the last remaining settlements up in the Dale lands, Shadowdale, and they haven't really invaded those places because, well, word is that a mysterious, very powerful wizard was staying there secretly, keeping the place
Jin.
safe. But they have decided at this point that, you know what, there's something there we need, and so they've begun to move on that, drawing a few forces away from the Comerian line even to go pursue it, whatever.
Okay.
Winning Cormier a bit more time, perhaps. To get ready. All right, yeah. Which leads to the next thing being it's a new year. You can fix up your people.
My one hit on might. Yeah.
Yeah. I also have one hit on my. You and I did a policing roll, and that's the only thing we did with our. Only our thing we did that involved rolls.
Well, I was busy being.
I was busy.
I was
Big
more.
things
I was busier. Yeah. I suppose it's time for another policing roll. Really.
Sure.
All right.
I won't be policing. I'm sending all the troublesome elements out of my forces here.
Double 9, 3 threes. That's acceptable.
Right. You've invested in things other than goblins.
Happy with it?
It's fine.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent.
Right. Do you want to get cracking with your ritual stuff? Yeah, obviously, you're going to be waiting till midsummer to do that. But if you wanted to do anything else, like explore a portal.
How do I, prepare?
I mean, basically, we don't have to go into the nitpicky of it. Your dragon figures, you're trained in Arcana. You have an idea of what you do. Generally, bring a bunch of money in ritual components. Like if you have a magic item you want to break down for Residium, that would be a preparation thing to do, right?
We said the breaching gauntlets we were both okay with letting go of, Harry.
That would give you basically you can take
1/5 of it.
Yeah, 1/5 of it as just ritual component dust.
Yeah. How much would I need? Is
so the item is normally worth 1,125,000. So you would get 1/5 of that, which is 225,000 gold pieces in residuum. So then you would ask Manikai, is 225,000 gold pieces residuum good enough for this?
Yes.
There you go.
That is good enough. Just basically, you got. I mean, it's basically magic dust.
Oh no, yeah, I'm just fucking. Well, it's like the same. It's like you don't want to go there. It's like, oh well, I need another ruby. You know.
Should have brought some spider silk. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, my string of cover. Oh no, we are fucking. There'll be magic dust everywhere.
Yeah. You need a high powered amount of ability to use the two things, but you're a powerful dragon. You'll. And the thing about the ritual this way is you don't really know what you'll what. You're not sure exactly how to do it best, but you will know.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? It's like, you will know because that's part of the planar alignment.
That, you're in this region, and certainly the Dragonfane is keeping very tight eyes on the here. Where would Vercingetorix like to go do this thing? Where's the plan for?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I, as a player, do not have, that much knowledge of of the valley. I just know that there are collapsed old tombs and a crushed, entrance to the valley.
Yes, there's an old
Uh,
entrance to the Underdark. I mean,
yeah, well,
really, if you stay in the valley, where in the valley is less important because it's not actually that vast of
well,
an area.
that's the best place, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, then that's where I go.
All right. Yeah. Then you would definitely discover that other people have been checking it out as well.
Who?
Particularly, they don't like to show themselves clearly, but at night, shadowy figures.
Great. I'll murder them if they. Is it undead people?
Uh, it's hard to tell from a great distance. Give me a perception.
Oh,
See how
okay.
well you can.
Perception. Ugh, yeah. My perception is not. Who needs wisdom? Powerful strength is all you need. 1, 20.
Yeah.
Yes. 30. Hey, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Close enough. See. All right. Yeah, you look, and they're wearing robes. They seem pale, almost like they're made of shadow. Definitely.
Netherese.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Also, it's a distance you can't really see, but they seem to be conversing with something invisible, almost as if they're being
Great.
shown around.
I don't like that.
Okay, well, you don't have to like that or not. You can still do your damn ritual.
Oh, no, yeah, but, I don't need Netherese people to also get to do magic crazy shit in my valley, which is not really mine. But,
It's not your
alright.
valley.
Well, I mean, sure. It's Vindictus Valley. Alright, can I mean, I can't really police it. My people are not.
But
If you're that concerned about it, let the Dragonfane know and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I think that's what is it, because they will still have standing orders to protect the valley, I imagine, even if Vindictus is not there.
To at least keep an eye on it and
Yeah.
make sure that if there's something they can do. That said, Latnath, Kerix, and Gensar are not great at making quick decisions. They're meeting in the Triple Dragon Council to decide what to do about things.
Okay, well, when I'm there, do they still appear?
It's not like there's a lot of them. Then again, there's a while until the best time.
Right.
What you could gather from this, just to give.
The other people are looking into it.
The Netherese are looking into it. Now, they don't have a reason that they should know about this, unless someone who already knew has informed them about it.
Right. Well, they probably fucking helped Yaffle the last time, so.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of entities that could have given them the information and are actively guiding them. I would not immediately jump to Yaffle.
Well, I would.
Cicatrix would.
Cicatrix would.
Yeah. However, if
Definitely
they are
Yaffle.
interested in doing something like that, then at some point, you would imagine that they would show up in a capacity, and probably with whatever components they're hoping to use to do whatever it is they're trying to do. Because they probably want something to be an edge in the coming conflict.
All right. Yeah. If that's the case, I think the Cicatrix will move Mystic Burr back here in his home territory.
It's very nice to her. It just feels so much like home.
Yeah.
Insects and stuff around.
Just makes sense to make sure to have some minions here,
Yeah, sure. Though whatever shows up, I mean, it's not like they could move an army here or would need to.
Well, if I need to stab some wizards,
It's a
that's
problem.
one of Vesicatrix's favorite things to do.
All right. What about Missouri? Is there anything she wants to do here in the beginning of the year?
Yes. It is to head to the eastern and southern sections of the Gulfmere Forest. And she's had a ponder last year about which Malorites she think could prove themselves the most, or might be the most onerous, or most itching for a fight. Leaders of packs and what have you. Because it's time for them to prove themselves. They've been wanting blood, and Malar has given his support, vocalized it through Avatar, and personally visited Missouri Leaderthir, and I think that's unmistakable. Like, I don't think she can hide that knowledge that an Avatar Malar showed up at the Grand Temple. It was a very public thing that everyone who was around there got to see. Is supporting Arl, the Frost Maiden, and her fights against the Summer Fae. And as Missouri Leaderthir, the grandest representative of Malar in this region, has decided to support Malar. She has chosen to do that by having the Brass Prince open up portals and rifts, temporary ones, to the Summer Fae, where Malorites will be launching attacks in support of Arl.
All right. Yeah. So it's also doing things up in Icewind Dale, but
It's a bit far.
Yeah, to directly go there.
Yeah, I don't think I'm packing up to go to Icewind Dale.
But yeah, there's not an expectation that anything would come from here, from them. So I think I'm not going to set a minimum difficulty here, but I still want to see how effective.
Sure.
I don't have a. I mean, even the Summer Fae are in many different organizations.
Yeah, and not exactly looking like to take over their company or even directly. Yeah. Okay.
Now let's see. I mean, this would be an attack, right? A raid. So it's might and treasure.
Might plus treasure. That makes sense. Okay. Go get him, Novacree. Yeah, just see him right now, raining down fiery dew upon their shitty Fae.
Yeah. Blowing up some pixies and all that.
I love that visual. So might and treasure is going to be 7 dice, because I have my Leaky Druids and Cormyr, and Assassins and Spies against Netherrealm. And I am not going myself. That seems a bit much. 88877.
All right. Note here to myself. 3 raids. 8. All right, so that seems like it is both quick and effective. With that, fast strikes probably don't even meet too much opposition. Really, it's they appear. You can imagine some sort of Summer Fae riddle carnival.
Yes.
A lot of satyrs playing their flutes, and a hag making witch bread or something. Mists and getting lost, and weird dreams that they sent to mortals, and then suddenly were-rats and red caps pop out from everywhere, and
there's damn summer lions that exist in D&D, and there that I forgot the name of.
Many different. I mean, it's not necessarily good. Also, just neutral Fae that's out there. They're just the kind of Fae that are just kind of being dicks all the time instead of being maliciously wicked torture machines. It quickly becomes a mess, and before actual retaliation can happen, your forces can return back, then go for a raid at a different point.
Delightful.
I guess sell a lot of instruments and.
Well, it's not even.
But Malorites are not bringing back stuff to sell, Ari.
It's for blood. It's
The
blood
blood
from Allah. And the hunt. Become a better
Yeah.
hunter too.
Yeah.
Test against the foe.
This is directly in their wheelhouse, and it's a divine task that Malar is fully endorsing.
He says
And-
destroy all of them, kill everything. Bring some cold iron weapons and go to town.
All right. I don't feel compelled to do that again this year. It's not like I'm attacking their company. It's just something that I'm pointing my company at. So me doing more rolls to that end, the one roll
Yeah.
engine, yeah.
I mean, you could roll to do it better, right? But I don't think
Yeah.
it's really needed
That's
given
true
this.
greed.
How they don't have a company,
Yeah.
but I'll have it in mind when I roll to see how this whole conflict goes up north, because they will be distracted.
Delightful.
Similarly to how your Maliki druids in Cormier give Cormier an extra die to
Yep.
do their thing, and as the assassins give penalty to the nether beast,
Yeah.
right? It's sort of a by proxy.
Yeah. So Fitzoften as I'm keeping the Malorites busy, so we've got another hit to might. The directives to the Enclave would be to just keep filling in and coloring in this terrain slowly, just as it has been for the past 2 years.
Yeah. With these actions, like this is pretty decisive. To strike at Summerfey like this for no reason. Now you don't command anyone to do it. It's more like they get to.
Yep.
Which is the thing. If they don't want to, they can just not do it. But
Absolutely.
still, it definitely does like begin to fray, right? Now a lot of the altruistic druids here, they're up in Cormier, not really around here.
By design.
Yeah. But there's some here that are friends with like good dryads and whatnot, who of course are very unhappy with what's going on here. How does Emissary feel if like he's of course one of the leaders of the Enclave?
Mhm.
If a member of the Enclave wants to fight another member of the Enclave, is that allowed? Is there some sort of expulsion or
I don't think there is an
Retaliation.
expulsion system in place. I don't think there was like in the time like back in the Emerald Enclave's heyday, because the Enclave didn't exert like that kind of super control. It's mainly along lines of don't let outsiders know like how like troubled we may be. If you want to throw down with other like members of the Enclave or other people living in this forest, go for it. Hell, if you want like a portal so that you can go hang out with the Summerfey and help them, by all means.
you can imagine that sort of thing beginning to become more common. Not to the point where it's going to damage any stats at the moment. It's still outliers. Again, the easiest thing is still to just, I follow Sylvanus, and I'm not a Summerfey, so I'm not really concerned with.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll think about it. Is what I'll do.
So, bystander effect and everything means that it's the few that are trying to act against. So
Yeah, this could very easily be a problem if the Enclave were in a worse situation, especially like sovereignty-wise. But
Dungeon 4 means that most people have a good sense of belonging together here. Yeah. You
I
got
get you.
the us versus them sort of thing going on, right?
Yep. Leading on that. Understandable, though, that the Malorites taking action here would, upset others, much like the Malorites were upset when things were happening that they didn't care about. And certainly my stance is, you want to fight each other? Just, keep it localized. Don't let outsiders know. Look like someone who worships Malar is gonna, only the strong
Right.
survive. If you fight someone and, they lose, then they weren't strong enough.
Basically, it began to come up because the followers of the Purple Staff, the Holy Order that protects these outlying, Termitian cities up here, will basically bring it up as hey, we're friends of the Emerald Enclave, and we've had a lot of attacks from rare creatures and stuff that don't seem to really care about how we should protect the cities and defend nature.
In that case,
what's up with that?
Put them down then. Fight for what's yours.
That's on you, friends.
Yes,
Yep.
it's natural.
Yeah, which of course
Weak.
they're very disappointed in that response.
Yeah,
But
that's-
that's what'll begin to happen. Yeah.
it sounds sad for them.
Well, it's like you can take it up with me, and I'm like, take action against it then, or you can take it up with Zalaznar. You might not get an answer back anytime soon. What do you want me to do? Tell the Malorites no? Bad? Wag my tail at them?
That'll make them stop, I'm sure.
If anything, I'm helping them. I'm sending them elsewhere. Temporarily.
Well, I mean, it's the occasional attack, but it's more than they've had to deal with for a while.
Well,
That's true.
it's well, because there's not a giant castle of Far Realm shit. Right?
Yeah, and there's been a recent call to blood. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
As
what do you
the
expect the
stars.
Scorpion to do? It stings.
It sings. It sings music.
Yeah. It loves, music. That's what the
Yeah.
Scorpion is.
Yeah. Of course, Sigurdrig isn't home at the moment, right?
No.
But she was she had talked to Evander High Castle earlier,
Yep.
2 years ago, where he basically asked her stance on this whole thing, which was, I can't guarantee the Green Dragon won't interfere, though. So he's keeping tabs on the situation down there,
Yeah.
because
Yeah, and
technically
she was basically
his
like,
deity
I
and
will.
Malar
yeah.
are completely aligned in this. They don't
Yeah.
really, Umbali loves sharks, Malar loves sharks.
Yeah.
They don't really fight about it. They just agree sharks should be big and more of them.
Yeah, I
So-
I agree.
That's sort of how they work together. Both of them have been under Sylvanas and are tired of it. So
Right? So it's basically what she's like, that seems like something you will have to deal with. If the Green Dragon has to be part of anything, that's good luck, have fun,
yeah,
That's not my problem. And, just don't kill her.
well, you're at a power level now where the Chosen begin to look at you and go,
Yeah.
I don't really
Do I
like doing
have
that."
to?
Well, I
Could we
feel like
not,
that will also, like, he will want to find a way. I feel like it's in that he can get that goal done and not, fight both for Cicatrix and Emissary, because that's not.
Not conducive to victory.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. Then we can progress a little bit further into the year. Yeah. I imagine Vasika just will want to do this at the best possible time.
Yes.
And yet,
It's-
it seems like there's another group that also wants to make use of this, and probably a third somewhere under the ground. But we don't really care about them because they're
Yeah,
not
no.
visibly
No, they
here.
can.
Yeah. Through the valley will come using a really a tactic much like the one Grimmett is using in the Fae, by traveling through the Shadowfell and then exiting the Shadowfell at a new location.
I know that spell.
Walk in
I have
between.
it.
Will be a group of Netherese wizards. They've done so seemingly with the desire to be innocuous, to not be noticed. But since
Yeah,
you
well.
are here too, and now I guess it is kind of interesting to hear where you would prefer to be. Do you prefer to be like up in the mountain region or in the sort of the more the muddy, rainy area? It's summer. Most of the spring rain has dried up. It's sort of it's very verdant here. Not a lot of destruction recently.
You could flip to the Serpent Valley map for like a general synopsis
Yeah.
of what
Yeah, my.
Of
These
how
might
the
be a little
terrain
outdated,
looks.
outdated, but yeah. For example,
feel
this
like
place over here,
Cameo.
the wooded crater.
I mean,
could
that
be-
sounds
could be
like
a
not a
place.
bad place.
It has a couple of your mysterious trees.
I was
down
gonna
there.
say, I wanna be where there's sort of integrated.
You could have
I think that's
the
funny.
pleasant buzz of
So, it sounds like you could be there, maybe even like a bit
Yeah.
up like in the hills.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
not too
and I
far
mean,
from the dam.
Yeah, I need some nice,
Or
rocky
the
ground.
dam.
The dam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you
All
go.
right, where are these fucking Netheries?
They seem to have gone up a rather high place, really, which is unfortunate for them because they're somewhat visible up there, silhouetted, up here, on a ledge, pretty high up.
Oh. Okay.
Just like that Netheril wizard wanted to hang out at ever so long ago.
Mascaria wizard.
Imascari, right? Not
Yeah.
Netheril.
I want to push them off.
Yeah,
All right, how many are there?
There's a bit of rubble, not much. You can see a couple of them.
All right.
Yeah. That said, I mean, they obviously keep it very shadowy. So, what exactly you would find there, you can't really be too sure, given that, their whole thing.
Yeah,
Just
I
not
bet they're
being-
gonna do the ritual on the other side. I don't know. It seems likable. But I would like to, close to the optimal time, but not too close.
Don't want to.
See if I can punch them in the face. Because of course I don't want to risk my time of getting the ritual right, but I also, I don't think that they should have it.
In the month of Flame Rule, before the
Yeah.
end of it, when Midsummer would
Yeah.
actually meet.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a perception check.
Oh, great. My favorite skill.
I mean,
Oh,
You can do a
hey!
bit more. All right. And then give me a knowledge arcana check. That's success. You see some silhouettes and whatnot. They can shade it, but some of the guys they have with them are not particularly stealthy.
Is this like an instant roll, or can I use one of my finagling, like, oh, you get +1 to Arcana for something?
Sure. Do that.
Great. Look, Visigatrix is all about them drugs. Just,
is she?
yeah. Sells them, eats them. Ugh, 2.
That's what you get,
Yikes.
druggy.
All right.
Some
Yeah.
trips are bad,
I mean, there seem to be more than 3 people. A couple more than 3 people there. And one thing that's somewhat big, but
Yeah, I don't really get with that a feeling of power level there. Hmm.
Sure. But it's close to the optimal time. And, remember, they're going to do what they came here for. You certainly brought a lot of valuable residium.
You know what? Not this. This is not your fight. See it done. You're here for the Godling ritual. Not this. I'm compelling you not to take action against them. Fighting them may risk or jeopardize
You're
what
right.
you actually want here for.
You're right.
Will this be a compulsion you
mean-
resist?
No, I'll take it. Also, maybe after I've consumed the 2 sparks of murder, I'll need somewhere to discharge it.
Is there... Okay, sure. Yeah.
That's Aries' thought. The Visigatrix is like, you're right, because this is the once in a lifetime opportunity. Well, I guess
Imagine
depending
missing
on how.
it, right? Imagine.
Hmm?
Yeah, imagine missing it.
Yes. No, that
To
would
kick
not.
yourself.
You'd have to wait a few hundred years.
Yeah. Well, if we live that long, yes.
That's always the case. But yeah, you set up your ritual area, your little work cave, probably
Mhm.
dug it out. You'd be 6
Yeah,
liters,
inlaid
covered,
nice
doesn't
circles,
rain on you.
runic.
and really, as the ritual as you sort of begin to just contemplate, it feels like a stream of ideas begin to pop into your mind, as if constantly, every moment, there's a new amazing idea for something powerful and magical that you could sort of just latch onto. But as long as you don't sort of try to remember them or try to focus on them, they just sort of appear in your mind. You understand for a moment how some intricate part of the cosmos works, and then it sort of glides away again. And much of the time here is spent basically just fluttering from idea to idea until you find the one that you're looking for.
Yeah,
The answer
filing,
to the
basically.
question. Then latch onto it, think about it, and don't, basically, if you think about anything else during this time, you'd lose it,
Yeah, right.
which is why you sort of have to stick to it. But while you're holding it, you have an encyclopedic knowledge of how that thing works. In this case, how to transfer these souls is really to an impossible degree of mastery.
Hmm.
I think I wrote down like a plus 40 or something like that to your check for doing
Oh,
a
wow.
question. Basically, at this moment, if you're just a little bit good at this, if you're just like even like a young apprentice wizard could do an amazing thing
Yeah,
with
yeah.
this, meaning that someone who's incredibly skilled and powerful can do things that are way beyond. So I don't think we even need to do a check or a skill challenge or anything for this.
Great.
Given this circumstance, the best time to do it, you just make it happen. The actual thing, you place it down, you cast your spells, incantation after incantation, rituals, eating the residium away. Takes maybe a 10-day. And then you will begin to actually bring them in. The final ritual in that category to make it happen, I suppose, given how this current situation works, alignment, you want to just sort of do it really quickly, without too much other consideration. Because once you begin to think,
Yep.
is this safe? The ideas will begin to slip away.
Yeah. No, yeah, she is committed to this,
Yeah. And it is how it happens. Basically begins to listen, finds the right idea. Maybe sometimes tempted to grab one of the other ones. It's like,
No, see it done.
Amazing
She follows this
there's
idea.
a reason. There's a
Is it-
reason to be here, yeah.
There's a goal.
And then she does it. Latches on. There's a transference of souls. She holds immense power in her claws.
She eats it. The equivalent of Brup.
Well, sure.
I wonder if it works like you first like dissolve the power into something else, like raw power, and then like absorb it.
like you fracture your own soul, then you fracture it, and then you weave them together into one mold that sort of sticks, and then it'll be sore for a little while, but it'll begin fixing itself. And really the experience is quite novel. Suddenly having a god soul is very different.
I don't just have one.
Well,
two.
they fuse, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
become-
Of course they do.
And for a moment, there's a feeling of of intense rage and murder lust as these two fuse, as what happens would be a slayer demon would attempt to break out of Vercingetorix's body, but given that you're higher level than it, you can keep it down. You're pretty sure though, if you actually died, that thing would jump out and begin flipping out, ripping everything apart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. If I die, fuck everyone else,
That seems to be
That's added value.
Yeah. But as long as you're strong, party, and you are, then you can keep it in.
So that level 26 hero got poisoned, severely challenged, and when he was bloodied, just don't get bloodied, Aaron, and poisoned.
Yeah, well, that's I have very few hit points.
Yeah. Beyond that, as the soul begins to integrate, you notice in your mind, right? You've just done this thing, and you're beginning to think. So what is this? What's happening? You are painfully aware that something will happen in 6 years.
Okay.
A
Related
reckoning.
to me,
Yes,
or
you personally, to a level
Oh.
of your soul.
to the new part of the soul?
Hard to say. You're aware of it now.
All right. Well, that's what you want to tell a paranoid dragon.
It's sort of like in the back of your mind. You could imagine it like a digital clock counting down to a time zero.
Right.
Second by second, you would notice the sort of clockwork artifact basically ticking down.
Right.
some-
Growth per nor
to some-
intensifies.
To
That's
some intense event, which cannot really be ignored or looked away from. It is pretty constant. Beyond that, you feel for a moment, you feel this wholeness, as if you're about to be overcome by divine power, and then it's as if a tiny sliver of it is missing, a little bit, as if your soul is connected to another soul somewhere that has
yeah.
just leached. Every second of your life is just like nibbling at your soul. As you contemplate it, find that, you know what, you kind of know where that other soul is, and maybe you should find it and just murder it so that you could be whole again. That would be great. You're pretty sure logically, I think you can probably infer what possible other person might have passively leached a tiny little bit of your god
I
soul.
don't know. I can't think of it right now.
Um,
It's not like it's always on the Cicatrix mind every
Yeah.
second of.
Yeah, but you're pretty sure. Well, no, you're definitely sure that somewhere around in Cormyr is a person who shares this soul with you. This soul you have desires to be whole, as it was for just a split second. But you know where that is, and the closer you get to it, the more precisely you will know where it is. More importantly, that person will know that there is something looking to kill them, and will know that is right here in the Giants Run Mountains. They will, somewhere we see a city where a young girl is looking out into the mountains with wide eyes, suddenly having this sense of doom, as if there's a ticking clock in the back of her mind, and some sort of murderous monster coming to kill her.
There is.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Yeah. As long as your souls are being leached, it seems impossible to sort of control the full power of Baal. However, if Yaffle was given her sort of final death by Vercicatrix's hand, then Vercicatrix would gain the full set. And until then, if you fight Yaffle, say, you will always know where Yaffle is, and can ignore any concealment or invisibility or attempt to flee or anything like that. You will know exactly where, and there might even be further murderous consequences should you actually do battle, as these souls want to be unified.
Well, I mean, I'm already fucked if we don't.
Yeah. Vercicatrix, of course, knows if she just went and found this person and murdered them, satisfying as it would be, it would also mean that she sort of gets knocked out for 40 years or something. Not,
Yeah.
These early leaders here is like dum-de-dum-de-dum. Wait, what?
Yeah.
She's
Yaffle
dead?
gets reborn. Instantly, the
Goodbye!
Cicatrix hunts the next one.
Yeah, a baby. Just like stun lock
I'll
ourselves.
just keep knocking myself out, yeah. Because the more times the ritual works, right, it draws more and more power each time.
Guess I'm going to be with Malar. That's one way to end the campaign. Just lose yourself and I'll kill them.
I feel like some, we might 6 years from now.
Well,
Lord.
you know there's a countdown
Okay.
to something in the back.
Something. Well, presumably it has to do with Yaffle, because now she's apparently, connected, even more connected. Well, I guess it's more that now I am aware of the connection.
I mean,
Here we go with our Yaffle-centric views. Why couldn't it be related to Bale?
oh, it definitely is.
Oh, definitely. Well, because
Uh,
now she has
Leech, just a
part of
tiny
his
little
soul
bit of
too.
it.
Yeah.
Not much, but enough that
Don't you
Bale
just
gets
love
real
when
mad.
you gain power and it also empowers your enemies? That's
I mean, that's all
yeah,
power
that's
you
the
ever get.
campaign.
That said, I imagine the Cicatrix is pretty tired, and it takes a little while here to just gather thoughts.
Yeah.
This. And then there's a visitor.
Great. I'm
Who-
in the mood to talk with
Who
people.
looks into this. I would say like a muddy cave, but certainly a makeshift ritual site. Right.
Yeah.
Whatever you did, you probably realized probably had some sort of magical aura of significance.
Probably
But let's put you on the map here.
a separate valley, right?
Grab. Yeah. Have your token?
Oh no,
Or
I'll get it.
get you one.
Oh.
Go. Down
Since I don't see it.
down here.
Okay. Yes.
Lady of Murder.
Yes.
As a guest arrives.
I don't
Gotcha.
know. Guests are usually, invited. Oh, hey. Buddy.
A being you've
Great.
seen before.
Well, he
Wings
would
in.
also have.
Has a continuous divine aura. Certainly seems like he's almost grown a little taller since last you interacted. The decades have been spent largely elsewhere, likely, perhaps returning for this ritual.
Yeah.
He watches Cicatrix from his gaze piercingly, trying to perhaps judge what the Cicatrix has done.
I mean, the Cicatrix would do exactly the same to him.
All right. And then he will speak. I hope you have had some amount of success with what you sought to do. Glances around the room, judging the shoddy location.
Yeah. I hope so too. She like squints. I mean, she's like, yeah, she can feel Yaffle and such, but that's like, as nice as that is, that's not really why she did it.
There are people upon the hill.
Yes.
They have recently performed a ritual. They have created something that I would like to obtain.
Oh.
I understand you're in the neighborhood. And, much as I have considered it, the Dragonfane, I would not go to them.
What is it they made?
Something you wouldn't find interesting, I'm sure. I would like to obtain it, the rest of their materials and equipment, treasure, would be entirely yours. Normally I would deal with them myself, but they have brought assistance. I think they anticipate you or yours assaulting them.
I considered it.
Mhm. It would have been unwise. They seem to be well prepared for it. Hell, it would appear, has made a deal with them, offered them protection
Ugh.
should anyone try to assault them. I have moved through the earth and seen close by that they have brought devils seemingly made to remove things from the sky. Assaulting them from a flying position would likely make you have quite the long fall.
I have encountered those before. Well, dealt with, I should say.
They seem quite serious. Yes, his eyes. That said, you would be a great distraction. I have no doubt if you assaulted them that they would follow you, letting me deal with the Netherese. Then I would simply leave their equipment for when you return.
Hmm. Well, it's hard to see whether this is worth the effort if I don't know what the equipment is or.
Well, they appear quite well supplied. Netherese archmages have, I presume, things you're interested in. I have not taken an actual look at them. Only, I did not want to get a chance to escape. I don't think they know about my existence.
Six briefly thinks back to the nice happy times when she didn't either. All right. Well, I have greatly enjoyed our truce. I've yet
Yes,
to
it has
put the
allowed me to.
knowledge.
It has allowed me to pursue projects far.
Hmm. She'll eye him like, yeah, he seems more powerful, stronger. Seems like you have been spending your time well.
As we all
Can feel
should.
it.
I have had plenty of time below this valley contemplating what I would do when I was freed from it. And although our paths will not cross, I presume, for long, it it will happen eventually if you and I are both successful.
Well, there are lots of other people we can deal with first, I'm sure.
Yes. And you have been quite good at removing potential troublemakers.
I thank you. I try.
Now, I will prepare. You simply attack them, strike them, distract them. I will take care of the mages.
And there is no chance of you telling me what it is they have made, is there?
You're rather insistent. Is it so important to you?
Well, as I said, I have enjoyed our truce. If they have...
They have revitalized a scrap of burnt paper from an ancient scroll. Apparently, it allows the translation of arcane runes. Previous time. I'm sure they have ideas for how to use it. I myself do.
Ah,
It's clear to you that even his undead, he does desire the scroll there. Sort of a piece of paper. The knowledge it might contain.
yeah, I mean, Vesicrotix too. But the thing is, she still doesn't think she can take this guy. Like, he's even more powerful now, and he's probably gonna get it anyway. I think she's gonna go. She's gonna, do the Emmy thing of being like, that seems like it could be someone else's problem or a problem for later. And nod. I'll see what I can do. I will, of course, not commit enough to risk my life, but as you said, they have been expecting me. I suspected. Well, it'd be shame to have them to have done all that work for nothing. I'm also not fond of hell, if anyone is.
I am aware.
I
It is
know.
not as if I have not. Simply distract them. Ensure that they follow wherever you go. Though I think they are simply looking for an excuse to do so.
Yes. How's Emmy feeling right now?
Emmy Zuri Leaderthier is currently in a relaxed yet like contemplative mood. Like her mind has been like puzzling over like matters of the divine and what her course of action will be for ever since the Avatar of Malar visited her. So you can imagine her probably by like where like this river used to let out in north like the Gulfandor, like by like the Centaur camp. She's like there, like observing the terrain, and like lazily lapping at the water. And she's just like
Right.
thinking, like, She's not like stressed right now, other than like the stress of thinking.
All right. All right.
making
Good to
choices.
know. I can't imagine why I would ask about that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Alone, just observing nature.
alone. It's
You know,
nice.
the ritual to like raise the height of like the coastline didn't really come out this way. So, the coastline is still a natural terrain feature instead of the jagged anti-aberration hell it's becoming in the forest.
Right. Well, yeah. That's
Yeah.
Right?
it's good
okay.
to know.
Simply glide down into the rock.
But he didn't like give me like, hey, now or in an hour, like.
He's undead. presumes. I mean, until you have presumably until they leave.
Okay, well, can I try and scout out the camp a little bit before I
I mean,
dip my toes in?
you already did that.
Yeah,
Albeit it was
that's
before the
true.
ritual.
It
Like,
does
you already got a
seem.
result
It does
of it.
seem there's some things. Yeah. What are you looking to find out? What's your wish here?
Well, I want to specifically see these devil. Like, how many devils? I'm not gonna go in if there's fucking 40 devils there.
Do a
You know?
perception check.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. Sorry, I had to. It was a brain fart. 28.
If you presume there's 3 wizards, then that would probably be about 5 devils.
Okay.
Not that many at all. They come
Well,
in the legion or something. Right?
yeah. So that means they're real powerful. Do they look like the same sort of thing that they employed in Westgate to harass her?
Can't see. It's too shadowy. I
Okay.
mean, maybe if she moves closer,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Well, she'll carefully move closer.
Right.
It's dark, you say?
Well, by them at least. It seems like a shadow doesn't really leave them.
Right. Do you want a stealth
Yes.
stealth check?
Yes. And the knowledge of where you're approaching from.
Yeah, probably not here. I think I would probably circle around.
They're
Wait,
at a
where were they
cliffside.
again? Yeah.
So up here is like dry cliff, then there's like a rocky face, and then down here is the actual muddy.
Sounds like you want to approach them from above, then, rather than below.
Yes, but not from the air.
Sure, give me a stealth check.
Yeah, she's gonna fly around like in the night, right? And see if she can. Ugh, a 6. That's disgusting. But also, it's not often I get to roll my plus 26 to stealth, so.
That's how it goes sometimes. You have a D20 there that you throw.
You know?
I get you.
All right. Not fantastic, but
It's not, I know.
you will see that the outer bit of their darkness seems to be circled by wraiths, shadows.
Oh, great. Well, those should not be my problem.
Yeah, probably not that powerful. But they are making it hard to get closer without getting noticed.
Right, they are your problem if one of them see you. They're probably not hindered by the darkness of the
Yeah.
dark.
True.
Yeah. What's the
So
approach
basically,
here?
I'll be spotted if I move closer.
If you move close enough to get a good look, yeah.
Right. Right.
That said, you could like rush one of them or something, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll just do.
Moon them, slap your ass with your tail at them.
Over there.
Wait, is there another map? Yeah, there is. There's many maps.
You can imagine it's dark. I could make it dark.
Yes, that's fine. All right. Yeah, I mean,
This is like
why
a
not,
low
right?
wall of like rubble or something.
I need I need to get their attention is what I needed. So
I mean, you literally just spewed something at me like, I'll need to burn off some of this energy, so why not keep my
yeah,
options open for attacking them?
it's true.
You sounded exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean, I figured that was a close reenactment. I mean, I know you're very.
Theatric
All
like
right.
that, yeah.
Do I just?
I mean, do your ambush attack.
Yes.
That one, I'm sure.
I will. Well, I mean, not really. Actually, no. It's the same as all the other attacks, really.
As you go into this fight, be comforted by the fact that if you did somehow die, that would really inconvenience the stone giant.
Yeah, it's true.
Destroy. Mission.
The stone giant's there sipping from like a mug of tea.
Why, hello.
Yeah, in a bathrobe. It's just, I didn't even bother getting dressed today. Oh lord.
As turning towards you are a couple indeed of Shadow War mages, who seem to have been indeed surprised at your approach, but sort of ready for it. While four small-ish devils wielding tridents, wings, and a bit of armor.
I was
There's
gonna say they
also,
look pretty fucking dope.
one
Not gonna
big
lie.
one big one in armor, wide wings with a large burning mace and sort of a big stinger tail. Looking to, what you recognize as a pit fiend, one of the, or if not the highest rank of devil that exists, really.
Great. So that's like not Asmodeus, but
Well, it's not an infernal duke, but it's
Okay.
like what you would have if you had like a general.
No, right.
Yeah. A general seasoned, in the Blood War, been around for perhaps 1,000 or so years.
Wait,
given how
I didn't roll that.
No, you roll. Let me click you too.
I was gonna say, well, it's not much better, but
There
a
you
little
go.
better.
Yeah. It's a wraith. Yeah, the devils apparently, generally you know about devils, they don't really seek you out to try to kill you. But when you
Well, they're not
attack
allowed
someone
to.
that they have been contracted
Yeah.
to protect,
Oh, there's no option.
they have to.
They have to. Yeah. Yeah.
Voice there.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, and so behind you, there'll be a thunderclap as the devil raises the fork, the trident, into the air, and a lightning bolt shoots down behind you.
No.
Attempting to push you further closer to them. This one will do the same thing.
Nope.
The devils seem pretty, it doesn't really surprise you, I don't think. They're here for you.
Oh yeah, I know.
They're certainly not doing a great job of it. Mage is.
Question: was my action the one that triggered the combat?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the wraith surprised? The one I murdered?
It was.
Great. Then I have concealment. I feel like that might be relevant for me right now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
One,
the
two,
pit
three,
fiend
four,
looks to basically tricks. And calls out. Do you speak Infernal?
No.
Well, you don't understand what he
No, I
calls
speak
out.
deep speech.
You don't understand what command he tells the others to do.
It's like, let's talk. No, probably not.
Then he moves into the air, big wings, and then he charges.
Oh, great.
This will be at a +1.
That will hit, but I'll use anticipate attack and get a +4 to all defenses, which would currently put me up at 49.
That 48 versus AC, though, is that factoring in the +1 from the charge?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Never mind.
So, yeah, the 49 would still
Yeah,
hit you.
Yeah. You usually put them in. All right. Yeah, that will hit me. Fucking Lord.
Yeah,
Oh,
as the
Lord.
big mace strikes down on.
You're at 152 out of 147 hit points right now, Ari. Did you adjust your maximum HP total for leveling?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You are also now within his aura 5, the aura of fire.
Yeah.
Start your turn, you'll take 15 fire damage.
Yeah, well,
Then he spends his action point.
wait, did I not adjust my level? That's what the problem is.
He spends his action point, which lets him go into the Pit Fiend Frenzy,
That sounds great.
which will start with him another flame mace attack. That looks like a miss. He will then follow up
Yes.
with a tail stinger.
Yeah, I'll use the anticipate attack for that one.
Yeah.
And have a 49. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
It'll
I'm not
just
taking that.
miss. He hit, he would do another mace
Yes, I
attack.
see that.
All right. Nice. You also, unless you're immune to fear, he also has an aura 5 of fear, which is -2 to attack rolls. Because this thing is radiating power and order and law. It is, Besegatrix doesn't know that feeling, but it is like being caught by your parents doing something you're not allowed to do as a small child. It's almost like a scolding power of it as it comes to smite this dragon.
Okay.
Besegatrix.
So you take 15 ongoing, then
And
the
15 in the
aura,
aura.
so a total
Yeah,
of 30
so
damage
30.
right now. Which
Ugh.
doesn't quite bloody you.
It's pretty close. It's also
Close.
pretty close. Pretty close. All right. Well, let me just frantically scroll for my, for all my shit.
So this might be something that you might want to do, and this won't take an action. I think in 4th edition, this might be a religion check. You might want to see if you can identify what the hell this pit fiend can do.
Like a monster knowledge check.
A monster knowledge check.
Can I do that for free?
Yeah, I think so. It is an Arcana check.
Okay, an Arcana, not a
I
religion.
mean, I'm very okay with that.
Because as it turns out, in this edition, Hell and the Abyss fell into the elemental chaos, and thus they have elemental origin.
Okay.
32.
32. I remind myself of the DC.
I mean, yeah, Arcana worked out better for you than fucking religion would have.
Oh, all right. That's actually not even that hard. All right. So you got a 32. It's an epic tier creature, which means that you would know his name, type, and keywords, and the same, like what is his general powers, but not his resistances or weaknesses. All right. Yeah. It's Pit Fiend, big bad demon. He is an elemental devil, as it turns out. No real no real minor things to that. But if you care about it, elemental and devil keyword. Also got some fire in there, but that's not enough to keep him to it. He has his flame-torched mace, a big mace that does fire damage, big burning hammer thing. He generally mixes that with the Pit Fiend Frenzy, as you saw, to do it a tail stinger and then follow up with a tail stinger attack, which if he gets you, he then do another secondary hit. Which he likes to do. Got the 2 auras of fear and of fire, and beyond that, he has the power to summon more devils as he decides. As encounter power, he can bring in any allies he has prepared beforehand, bringing in another encounter worth of devils to aid him in battle. Should he, for example, lose the ones he have, he can bring in some Legion devils or really whatever he has ready for him. Just can't be anything as powerful as himself. Beyond that, he can perform tactical teleportation, which means that he can teleport his allies alongside with him, up to his speed, which is his teleport speed, which is 10 squares. Beyond that, he has 12 speed and a 12 fly speed.
I was actually going to ask about that. That doesn't count as a power.
Hunt down foes. All right, there you go.
12 speed, huh?
Yeah.
Ari, you kind of... You're muted, by the way, Ari.
12 fly.
I was gonna say, yeah, 12 fly. Rrr. Rrr.
You can't outrun this thing.
Nope, I cannot.
It's got a 24 range if it charges.
I mean, looking at that teleport.
And it's here for you.
It is here for me.
Well, suppose another useful question: is this a higher level than Cicatrix? Probably not at this point.
Nope.
It's not. So you don't even get your higher level
I don't
bonuses.
get basically all my shit.
You're the same level.
Oh, great.
Soldier type.
No, I felt
Sticky.
it. I when it came to my chin and my neck stretched 2 meters behind me, further than it should have. I felt that it might be a soldier type. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna nope out.
No. Bale and the Death King.
Well, he said I needed to distract them.
Uh-huh.
He gotta fucking work a little bit. I can't take another hit like that. And I did say I was not gonna risk my life, and I don't know. I feel like my
He's gonna
life is
be
being risked.
very, very wounded by your lack of enthusiasm for his plan.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about
You're
that.
not.
Well,
All
no,
right, so you have your turn.
yes. See, but that's the problem here. I also am but I wanna try and punch him though.
Well, you
You-
have an action point.
It's
Oh.
true. I could punch him and then nope out.
Unless he has something to stop teleportation. You know his powers. It's unlikely.
Unlikely, but not impossible.
But this would
Do
teach
your
Hell
thing.
that you could do this.
Yeah, well. What else am I gonna do? Die here? No,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
not.
Absolutely. Better
You
not
know,
die here.
Yeah. Yeah, but I gotta at least hit him back, right? It feels only appropriate, really. So that is what I will do. And yeah.
All right.
That's a crit.
52 is a crit, yeah. 41 is a miss. So let's just take the top one there and say you do 18 damage with the crit.
Yes. I do.
Nice.
It is nice. Here you go, motherfucker.
It's 47.
Do you have combat advantage, Ari?
Oh, no, I don't. Sorry. Wait! Okay, let me...
Ari,
check all
I'm going.
this.
You said you're leaving this fight, Ari. Why are you waiting at me?
Rogue bullshit class. Here we are. Actually, I do, because when I crit, the target's grant you combat advantage until the end of your next turn.
Right, but you don't have combat
It
advantage
would not
for that
be for
attack.
this one. Yeah, let me. Beats.
Yeah, so you did your damage.
Never.
Good.
Yes, well, offhand. So many windows. Alright. Yes, and then that was my standard action.
You want to breathe acid on him too while you're here?
No, I don't feel like that'll be very effective.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah, that's your standard action.
I feel like you're sassing me.
I
Don't
am.
appreciate it. So, a little parting gift. You'll take, some damage next turn too. Alright, well, trying to get my... Alright, I will use my dazzling acrobatics. I can shift twice my speed.
Alright. Is that a move action?
That is a move action.
A move action encounter power, I think it is.
Yeah.
Shift
So
14.
Yeah, you must be trained in acrobatics. You can
Well,
shift twice your speed. You can
is it
climb
dark?
it.
Yes, it is. So that's 8 squares. So 16.
You could climb at full speed as part of this move. If an enemy attacks you while you shift somehow, like I say, like a
Yeah.
punishment, you get a +4 bonus to AC against that attack.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Yeah, you could just.
All right. Psychedelic shift 16.
Away
And-
or like what's? The...
Oh, yes! Away.
All right. Sure. Dragon just slithers and rushes away from the devil.
Alright, but he could move 24 though. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charge.
I mean, this is the thing. Even if I use another movement bullshit power and move another 8, like, he will still be able to reach me. Like, I can't escape.
It's
Yeah.
almost like they considered it.
Yeah. All right. Well, minor action to give this guy the finger, and
Can't see it in the darkness.
oh, he chooses not to see it. That
Yeah.
bitch. And then she winks out.
Yeah.
Yep. She's visiting. She sees a nice
You
lake,
think the ring,
apparently.
or-
I action point and blink away. Use my teleport to Emmy.
All right.
Those are the best thing we ever bought.
So there's Emmy Zoraelita's Fear,
Yeah.
the Elder of an Emerald Enclave, Slayer of the Impossible, by like a stream, really, like observing the sea of fallen stars in the crisp, clear night. Crisp, clear, summer night. And then
Yeah, Musicatrix, could you give me a saving throw? Let's see if you appear on fire, but let's see if you can sort of.
Oh.
that's true, you do get a save against your ongoing damage.
Alright. Now, smarter people would have remembered that they have a ring that halves all fire damage, but I did not.
Didn't put it
So,
on today. No, didn't seem important.
no, didn't know that there would be devils, which that's really on my bad there. Sorry, I have to. So goddamn many weird items.
D20.
Yes. All right. Currently, don't have my bonus to ongoing saves on. Nope.
So
Still
a
fire.
corona of flame appears next to the
Yeah.
green dragon. Is she describe that? Is she like screaming? Is she like ranting? Is she cursing? Like, how does this look? Where Secretary doesn't often teleport next to the green dragon.
I guess she rolls on the ground to try and put the fire out.
Rolls into the water.
Yeah. That's exactly what she does.
Fire smells of sulfur. It's hellfire, unmistakably.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe she stays down just a couple seconds longer, knowing that this confrontation's gonna suck.
The green dragon flinches back initially because that happened and she's ready to fight something. Then the black dragon rolls into the water.
Yeah, slowly comes up.
Takes a couple steps back. Looks at where Cicatrix. Dragons, for the full conveyance of dragon emotions that other dragons could read, it's a disapproving mom frown, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Vercingetorix just doesn't say anything for a while. She's gonna wait for Emmy to tell her something, and if she doesn't, well, we'll see who is silent the longest.
Yeah. It's a solid, where Vercingetorix finally, emerges her head out. It's 25 seconds, and then, good evening.
Hello, Emmy. I have yet to determine whether it is a good evening, though my previous state speaks to probably not.
It's been a delightful summer night. Last I heard you were in the Giants Run Mountains.
Yes, well, so were a bunch of devils, apparently.
She pauses and says, yes, Basarek and his tomb are there.
Well, I don't think it was them. There was a pit fiend and some other anti-air dragon.
A pit fiend? Well, you are very important these days.
Apparently, yes.
If one were to attack you while you were in the Serpent Valley for whatever reason, I suppose I would bring one of those.
Yes.
The Green Dragon says, not really conceptualizing. Pit fiend sounds scary, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great thing, right?
One thing Basarek didn't talk much about was his boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this guy who's way scarier than me. That's not really how he went.
Yeah.
She says, so you were attacked then?
Well, figuring that Emmy knows that is not possible because Hell is not allowed to do that. Well, it's a short contemplation of no, that all right. Well, she's not dumb. Well, I decided. I was not alone in the valley. A bunch of shadow war mages were there conducting a ritual, and I figured, well, I mean,
ritual. There's a long pause. She looks up in the heavens. Right, the planar alignment, yes.
I figured that I would, go and try and deal with them, but,
They were expecting
hindsight, Yes, they definitely were. And in hindsight, perhaps I should have. Really, I should have gotten used to the fact that hell will involve itself anywhere I could be expected to be. Suppose.
Hell's had a long time to study us. Not just
Yes.
directly through their invisible imps, but through our deeds as well in the region.
Yes.
Well, it's a good thing that I inspired you to pay for that ring. We have both made use of them.
Yes. We have made use of them.
Green Dragon looks around, says, "Do you suspect they know that you teleported out of the mountains entirely?"
I am not sure. I would think that they might have heard of such things happening before. Or at least, I mean, you were once acting as a diversion and suddenly disappeared.
Yeah. The Green Dragon flashes a playful smile. "Do you need
I
my
was-
protection?" She's clearly joking. She's trying to find good humor in this, even though her signatures can.
Well, perhaps I will rest here before I go back to Westgate.
Mhm.
I do feel charred. She's bloodied. Like, with the 15 damage, she is bloodied. Like, she is fucking... yeah.
Looks over the Black Dragon's body, says, "It must have been a good skirmish then."
No, yes. Great. Took it, like, 2 hits.
Oh,
Yes. I suppose I shall take to wearing my anti-magic red fire thing. See, like, coughing. A little acid plays on the ground. Poof.
Green Dragon is, is concerned. That is visible. Says, "Well, you will not be disturbed out here." She looks around. "I was admiring the coast up here and contemplating how things have changed in such a short time. Matter of fact, as I know how little you desire my company, I will leave you here to convalesce before you return to Westgate. Unless you desire me for anything else."
How far is it from the Temple of Malar? Where Emmy is currently? Sorry, I have to switch map here.
Gura looks at the map,
that's
looks at
pretty-
Manikai,
That's
shrugs.
That's pretty far. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 70 miles.
That's it's about half the distance there that it is to Westgate.
Yeah.
That's all I got for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
There really isn't a lot of stuff along this coast anymore.
There isn't, and also, we've made sure that there's not like apocalypse all over the water. So the Signature certainly feels more at home close to the water right now.
You can tell when you're getting to the coast, to the forest, because you can see the treacherous coastline that is just continuing to raise above
Yeah.
the water.
Cliff.
Yeah, the Signature like, I feel like this has grown bigger. They looks around like, I've swam this way a couple times when I was trying to be secretive. I've done something.
The green
I mean-
dragon patiently waits for the black dragon's answer.
No, I will contact you, I suppose. I do.
He says, perhaps you can find a different means of us communicating with one another. Those sending stones were a gift from the Ogmites of Redensir, though yours was an add-on. She takes a few steps back so that the launch of her wings and body doesn't hit where Cicatrix. And she lifts up into the sky and quickly flies away.
Yeah.
Just
Flight
meanders.
12, though?
Not Flight 12, though. But I don't fly 5.
Yeah. All right. Well. Yeah, Basira's just gonna, hang out by the coast, probably be underwater, honestly, for some time.
Take a moment
Hunt
to
some-
relax, only to discover that there's only 5.5 years until reckoning.
Yeah, well,
5 years.
that's
11 months.
uncomfortable.
29 days.
Somewhere in Cormier, there's
Oh, it's gnawing inside her. She just wants to go and kill it or kill her. It's been a blessing for everyone that she has not known where any part of Jaffa has been. Yeah, I mean, that's it. As she's just gonna rest here, maybe
Take
slowly
it.
make her way back to Westgate. But also take her time, because as she said, she was already fucking tired. She's been ritualing for 10 days. Like, she's not, hunt something that isn't giant eel for a change.
yeah. Yeah. There is someone who is going to show up, as we go past summer here. To the latter part of
Okay, where?
at the temple to Malar.
Oh, great. I was going to say, while I'm in the water? All
No,
right,
it's not
great.
you.
I'm going to go and move myself to Westgate then.
It's just towards the that is someone who's going to go visit Emissary, as has been done before. As he will appear after quite the wait. Is Veyros. He does as he usually does. I think at this point they can, he's an important person.
Yeah.
He shows up. There's she'll be informed in good time. Having a drink or something.
She's in the middle of contemplating, do I go into, the Summer Fate portal? She asked herself for the 94th time, do I just ask Nova Green take me there? No, if I want to go there, I would just throw the poison and leave. Do I go up to Sembia? Oh, it's so far. What if our Cicatrix went there, and then I teleported to her, and then I flew back when I was done? That might work. And then, Mistress! Elder! The Archdruid of my leakies outside! Then, all those thoughts get shoved away. Because an Elder Gold Dragon is serious business. And she emerges.
Well, to most people, he's just some weird dude.
Yep. Had her
forest
fooled.
Ranger, druid person. Yeah, who might have a friend who is a dragon, maybe. But
No. Yep.
No.
She will emerge, and she won't waste any time. Not with him. She will head directly for him.
he looks harrowed, actually. He's had a bad couple of years.
He then like when she draws close and like gets like a visible glimpse of how he appears, it's actually enough to like take her aback,
Yeah,
and it takes her a few moments to recover.
as as he looks to meet her gaze, and just give a like a nod. He looks tired though. Like he's been busy. That's quite clear. He's also come alone.
Archdruid of Myliki, like draws close.
You sure Lidrith here? He would probably want to, as usual, like go to a place where they can be alone.
Yeah. She was about to suggest that, but he preempts her and basically like you can pick a location wherever he wants. If he wants to fly or go further away.
I think he looks around and says, "Let's go indoors," which is probably
Sure.
also unlike him. He generally
Yeah,
loves
what are
the the wind.
Yeah, one of the nice like satellite structures.
Yeah.
Probably where they might keep like storage, foodstuffs, and what have you.
There. For looking back to Imogen, I'm sort of do like a check on her. She seems like she's doing pretty well.
Yep.
Physically, she's been contemplating things, but really it's more like she has the luxury of time.
Yeah, the luxury of time, which it's nice to have. They walk into the building of granite, like she gives a look, like jerks her head, like anyone who's inside, like filters out. Granite doors closed behind them.
Yeah, come from the north. Been quite the journey. I understand things have changed in my absence.
You have been absent for a long time, though you did appear. She snorts and says, "Well, not long, but these are tumultuous moments. And despite your brief appearance, many things have occurred not just here, but across the continent."
War in the north. We basically went from it. Unrest in the woods. There we had to pass the Serpent Hills. There were all sorts of fiends. We moved further south. We've been harried most of the way by one of the frost worms of Oril.
What has gone wrong? Archdruid of Myliki, where is your charge?
He's in Cormyr.
Ah,
We are taking a stance against the Netherese, as we did in Luror. He intends to. And he had to pause a little bit, just actually not sure what he intends to do. Does not
She's not-
talk as much as I could hope, but I suppose Sylvanas was ever the more quieter.
yes.
I had hoped that we could do something to restore some of this damage, but the hill seems like it was handled in some manner.
I could not wait in the promise that you would return with Sylvanas' chosen. And based on the not distractions, but hazards which has occupied the chosen's mind, it seems I was correct. She pauses and looks around the storeroom and says, "Do you have a preferred place you like to be here in this region?"
Used to be a grove, but even now I'll be doing things, presumably. I don't intend to stay any one place long, though I might stay in the region for some time. There's word that Cindermoon has been moving around Chundlewood. I was hoping to perhaps take the chosen to her.
Yes.
He sort of looks at Imogen as if he's not sure if that's a good idea.
Yeah. You know-
because there's some risk to it.
If you're going to be here, you have come to see my home. I would like to see this grove you enjoyed.
He'll nod. Special. My home is in the high forest. The southern part was the Direwood place.
I see.
This is only a temporary,
I understand.
but precisely. It is perhaps good you dealt with this problem. Though I'm impressed. Again, he looks at her like he didn't think that she was basically he's reassessing, right? She clearly has ascended in her power,
Right.
quite quickly
Yeah.
recently, and,
Yeah.
and when he left, it
He-
was sort of
He assessed her from the very first time they met when she came looking for the book, and
and he has to redo it.
yes, but she's implying that she doesn't want to be here next to the Grand Temple of Malar to have any further discussion with him.
And honestly, I can show you.
Delightful.
You'll go to basically places. Not well. I guess it is kind of far away, but the forest is big, and I guess
Yeah.
I put sort of a big progress clock here. But it is towards the south of this river here at the edge, with a view to the mountains. A view to actually in the direction of the caverns that the shadow.
Yes, yes.
It doesn't seem to be used a lot. There's some druids here, right? Probably mostly like Sylvanas. It's a local circle, and he might even mention that this was once a place of the shadow druid. Had to deal with, and he's committed to the fight with Netheril at the moment, as has been necessary. He will speak, however, as I was I hear things have changed for you. The Enclave is beginning to tear itself apart. It is also happening in the north, though perhaps to a lesser degree, given the less polarized population.
There are strains, Archdruid of Myliki. I have kept the Enclave under as much control as could be held over this loose confederation of individuals brought under the umbrella of Sylvanas. However, as I have caused the obelisk to flee from the Sea of Fallen Stars, and shunted the Thayans from Westgate, and resolved affairs in the Giants Run Mountains, there has been no great adversary nearby I can focus everyone's attention upon. So, as chaos begins to rise across the continent, so too has it here.
It is certainly chaotic. Not a good time to travel. The Chosen hunted the, as you know, Sylvanas' Exarchs are racing against him.
Yes.
In doing so, they have attempted to capture Chosen. He's sort of watching. He has probably heard. She's always been aligned with. Has been sort of even took over Cinnamon in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And
She says,
and he's not asking the question like which side are you on, but he's trying to.
She says, yes, Hearn, an avatar of Balar, appeared before me last year, and informed me directly that he and the others which had chafed under Sylvanus' protection were rising up against the Oak Father.
What happened to the spirit of Urbanian?
She pauses, says, I had considered for many years how I would address Nobanian state with you and Sylvanus' chosen, should you both appear before me. And then, when I received further information, how I would then address that. And then after I partly resolved Nobanian state, how I would then address that, I will do so with you directly. Nobanian, as you know, was weakened by Spellfire in his defense, his attempt to protect Naflan and Naflex City. In his weakened state, not only did he fall under the corruption of Plague, but he fell under the corruption of Malar. In my hunting, I sought to best a creature corrupted by Spellfire, and I challenged Malar that I would do so. It was then that Malar informed me through vision that Nobanian was already under his control. I fought and defeated Nobanian, which removed Malar's control from him, but left Nobanian in a severely weakened state, for the spell scars remained upon his form. I do not know where he is now. The paladin of Nobanian who stayed here, Norlaw Summerspa, gathered what followers he could of Nobanian's, and has gone nomadic, traveling, seeking Nobanian's chosen, seeking aid, cures, and healing for the Lion God. He has done so with my allowance. He has the pendant.
He seemed like he was sort of dreading the answer to what happened to the spirit of Urbanian. But he, yeah,
Pleasantly surprised.
yeah, he said a brief answer as well. At least that's some good news. At least that's
I contemplated doing other things with Nobanian's form, but I thought it for the best to give the Lion God a chance to test the strength of his remaining followers and see whether they were strong enough to bring their god back.
There is a time for that, then certainly it is now. What are your moves going to be going forward? I feel like we have many similar interests. I would like to think that even if we are very different beings and people, we can still find common ground.
And we have. Before. I am undecided, Archdruid of Myliki. Zalaznar wishes to meet the Sylvanus' chosen so that he may retire and become the unmoving tree he has always wished to be. Cindermoon is... I have not beheld her since the gathering, nor do I seek to, and you have been harrowed in safeguarding Sylvanus' chosen while he finds hazards to resolve.
To contemplate.
Yes, snorts. Even during these times, it seems, Sylvanus cannot make up his mind quickly.
I've had to battle many things that came. He shows great power and potential, but he is not quite there. So he's always sort of halfway paying attention.
Then I will tell you then of another adversary. I know directly the Chosen of Umberley hunts Sylvanus' Chosen. He gathers power in Westgate, and should he get word of Sylvanus' Chosen's location, particularly should he leave Cormyr and get closer to the coastline, Evander Highcastle will come for him.
I figured it best not to bring him across the water. At least not now, not before I've had proper rest.
As for me personally, I am undecided, Archdruid of Myliki. Malar, through Hearn, has offered me, should I perform well, a position, not as a supplicant, but as an avatar of him. It is an offer no other deity has made to me, in recognition of my service to Malar and the power he has gained, and also the power he seeks to gain should Sylvanus be overthrown. I have seen the strength of viciousness and cunning. I have seen the weaknesses of viciousness and cunning, and the foolhardiness of most of Malar's worshippers. And so I am deciding. Much like Zalaznar would. She snorts.
No, it's and perhaps has a slight smile. It is. I have, in my moments of weakness, considered that it is perhaps a blessing to have some aspect tear themselves free of Sylvanus, so that he may become more his old self, acting, doing something rather than nothing. His passiveness, his the inability to make up a mind is something I could do without.
How different was Sylvanus before he took all of those gods under his protection?
Considers for a moment. About to say something that then reconsiders his words and sort of.
For Immisary Legion, there is young, and the Gold Dragon would know that. So it doesn't have an exception.
He wants to give a correct answer. Myliki has always been the loyal servant of Sylvanus, but has not been a part of his power. Sylvanus has always been a great, all commanding and all consuming deity, but also one that encompasses a lot. In the past, when he had a few fewer aspects, Sarks, less conflicting views, he would act decisively for balance in nature, not simply in the aspects of power given to the exiles under his control, but in a more direct way, allowing the wilderness to simply be merciless, as he was often called, given his lack of caring anything, one thing or the other, and often believing that there should be, well, really a balance in all things. He seems to try to explain it without sort of being judgmental, though it's clear that, he prefers...
right, he's an Archdruid of Myliki,
yeah,
not Sylvanus.
He sort of, he has disliked excess Malar, for his liking, hunted too much, enjoyed the hunt too much, while Sylvanus sees no problem with hunting for the sake of feeding ones. That is natural. The weak will perish so that the stronger may survive. But he does not ritualize it. It is simply a way to feed, not something to be exalted or greater con. He watches the natural forests, the woodlands, and prevents those who would from infesting them with things like cities or roads or things. And he recruited druids to guard lands in circles in wilderness areas to protect them from influences outside, both from monsters but also from construction or surveyors or prospectors. If there was an imbalance, say a road was built through wood, it would not be uncommon for his temples to demand compensation from those traveling it or from those who constructed it. And should that not be paid, so that Sylvanus could spend those funds and that power, that respect, restore some important lands, then they would strike out. Earthquakes, terrible weather, remove their friend. Few would dare to stand against the Druid Circle in those days. They would not act unless they were threatened, and if they were threatened, well, they would act very decisively.
So Sylvanus was motivated, and so were his followers, to take action upon the world.
The Nods, they would... To be honest with you, they would be more ruthless than I would see a need for, but they certainly ensured that much of the realms, even to this day, uninhabited wilderness.
And it is that ruthlessness, that desire for action, which has been lacking, which frustrated me when I initially moved to this region and interacted with the Emerald Enclave. How Zalaznar's ponderings have frustrated me, and he is yet the most powerful example of Sylvanus' followers here. The Lords of Fury, the gods of Fury, breaking free from Sylvanus, may be the best for Sylvanus. There actually being a return to that desire to enact change instead of passivity.
Eris nods. Again, he uttered it, and he sort of feels conflicted about it, because in a way, and I hear you say that, he made himself be inactive in order to try to bring them into balance. Malar has been more peaceful. Telos has been mostly non-existent. Others have been mollified into a peaceful balance. Perhaps, I'm sure, he had his reasons. You know, he says, not really willing to judge a god's actions in that way.
Sure.
The world was under assault. Certainly, as it was evident, the spellfire could have infected more than simply Nobanian. Preventing that, but there certainly were sacrifices.
He did what he thought was best, but it seems to me that even the gods can fall victim to stagnation, and that should not be a thing to do. Nature must be adaptive and changing, so must its god be.
Here's, acknowledges the god. Still, I have been greatly frustrated by the inability to motivate anyone to do anything. And now that we finally can act, finally begin to see reasons. What I heard of the resistance to the aberrant. Everyone working as a unit to accomplish something. It just feels like a shame that it should end so quickly.
She says, well, perhaps it would not, had I not frightened the entities of the far realm. I scared them, and so they fled from me.
He looks at her, but she speaks the truth, right?
Yep.
Shakes his head slightly. It's a terrifying thought that something that they can feel fear. You know.
I heard that the obelisk can be sighted beyond Neverwinter, far from the Sea of Fallen Stars, and out of my reach.
Nods. They act as they do, but ideally they are Umbali's problem now.
She snorts. Yes, I do know Umberlee's Chosen was tasked to resolve the obelisk as well, and it is far from him now, too.
He'll say, you've been offered something from Malar directly.
Yes. Malar was with me since shortly after my birth. I rose to power in the Giants Run Mountains after the Spell Plague. There are many things I hunted there, and my life has been a vicious fight for survival. Malar came to me then, through a druid of the Emerald Enclave, and he recognized the power within me and aided me. Though my attitudes have changed since leaving those mountains and coming here, I recognize the values in viciousness and force, a desire to inspire those around me into action, and I certainly do recall how inactive those of the Emerald Enclave were before I came. Malar recognized the mark of death which has been with me, and has promised to free me from that mark, and has offered me more if I would but aid him in this time. It is not an offer anything else has given me, and it is worth serious consideration. If Sylvanas is incapable of defending himself, if he truly has fallen complacent and withered under the great strain of holding all of nature together, then it is time for strife and change, maybe. And the gods of fury seem like they could bring that.
They will bring as much destruction as they can. Continue
Yes.
until they have broken everything.
I do not agree fully with Malar. So I have been given pause.
Just looks to Missouri. Hey, Missouri, I consider you, and it is with no small, it is with a slight sense of trepidation, or concerns over my own being compromised, that I say that I consider you a friend. We have fought together, we have faced grave odds, and accomplished great things. And I know, with both what I have seen and also what I have heard of you, that through you, Malar would gain great power and great influence, certainly in this region. Part of me wishes to hope that were you to join him, you might influence him in a way, make him better. But I think whatever you might do to change his opinions, his actions, you would empower him to do what he wishes to do in a far greater capacity.
I am not so arrogant to believe I can do a better job at mollifying Malar than Sylvanas.
I do not speak the voice of Myliki. And to be fair, she speaks very rarely, if ever, mostly preferring to simply aid time where she is needed. But I would not want to see you in the clutches of the Black Beast. And I would therefore ask, what would it take? What would we need to find for you to make you consider a different path?
It is my understanding, not just from my memories, but my research when I moved here, that my parents grew here and laid my egg here. They both died, and my egg broke. An entity restored my egg in a pact with hell, and I was born, but my soul is pledged to the 9 hells. I have not had control over that, and I have spent this vicious life in my fight for survival trying to ensure I do not go there. Malar has promised to free me from Asmodeus. It is a promise that I have evaluated and have decided to trust. No other entity has given me such a vow that would give me the freedom I have craved. How could I offer my service to anything or anyone else if my soul is not free to make that choice? If she holds up a claw, if there is one deity who has seen fit to give me that, then it is by I must serve. Not because I must, but because I want to be free to make that choice. And if he offers me a greater opportunity to have even more flexibility and freedom to do what I enjoy, to do what I see fit upon this world, which has not been to destroy, but to test, then I must follow that as well. There are no other deities who have offered me freedom from hell and the opportunity to become an avatar in exchange for my service. And you could not offer me that, Archdruid of Myliki. Not because you lack power, but because you do not have that authority.
Nods. You know, he doesn't speak for his status. He's not a chosen, because Myliki doesn't really do that a whole lot. She's not rebelling against anyone, and so has no reason to play power games at the moment. However, you know, I think he looks at Emissary and sort of nods. It makes sense.
She's never told anyone, and really, the dragons have kept that like a total secret of like the bargain with hell. Not even a bargain, but like it's out of their control.
Myliki's primary domain is freedom.
It sure is.
Nature and travel.
Oh my god.
So he'll not. And probably he looks at Emissary with a conspiration, like he's thinking, right? But he's not trying to argue. He's empathizing.
Right. If there's anyone who could understand the desire to be free.
Yeah, these chains placed upon the dragon that are invisible in every.
Without my consent.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are not a lot of deities that embody the desire for freedom. Probably none better than Mighty. Sort of opposed to any form of enslavement or and certainly opposed to hell. But not really a big big
right.
commitment there. Yeah, he will. This says it is a pricely offer, and with the knowledge of why, I could not put myself in your position. I cannot be sure that I would not act in a similar way were I similarly afflicted.
In my choice, I have resisted and destroyed temptations. Those of the far realm, to be certain, but others as well, I deem unnatural. And so, in my doings, I do not find that I have violated or failed to defend nature. My service to Malar would still be that, albeit in a far... It would not be my preference, but I prefer to be free.
It's just there are many dark forces who would trade souls with hell. Find one thing that is equivalent, desired, and bargain with. That is not.
She thinks of Cinder Moon, but doesn't say it to him because she knows that they were friends.
But that is not my way, nor is it a way I would suggest. The Infernals are insidious, their actions. And though they, I'm sure, would act as if this is some sort of divine, cosmic law, if they are too afraid, if it is not worth them for them to claim your soul, then they cannot. Certainly, Malar's word directly is something that is difficult to match in its assurance. The Blood Lord is not known for keeping his word, but nor is he known for ever compromising on anything. And with an asset as you, I have no doubt would do exactly what he's informed you.
I do not doubt either. And so you see my position. If one could make a better argument, a better reassurance, something different, then I would consider. But there has only been Malar for me. It amuses me, the irony, that Malar of all deities would be there, uncomforting and callous he is. And yet he is.
Yeah.
I do not believe he knows of the opportunity I have given Nobanian. For, in the challenge, he said that he would not care of Nobanian's fate, or rather, it was conveyed to me, and Nobanian would be free to do with as I wished. I still feel that way, and do not regret the opportunity I've given. It is the role I see for myself. Testing.
Or perhaps the strangest Malthorite I have ever met.
She laughs and says, I was more vicious when in the Giants Front Mountains, but I have seen the value of cooperation, and after observing Malar's failures in this region, have recognized the value of working with others. And so, with what we accomplished in Nathlan, and seeing the continued success of Nathlek City, and the value perhaps of civilization, and the value of nature being a cyclical thing. So I permitted Norloss to leave with Nobanian, instead of sacrificing him to some entity to get my freedom. Archdruid of Myleke, I have a proposition for you. You are harrowed, for many have hunted Sylvanas' chosen. I would seek to see whether I could inspire action within Sylvanas' chosen. Not to threaten the chosen, but to try and shake something loose that the chosen must take action, must decide, must fight. I could look after the chosen. I certainly do not seek to kill or sacrifice it.
Just looks at Israel. I would do such a thing in the hopes that he might find you another way.
Maybe. I held on to that idea, though. The idea that Sylvanas' chosen could bring change around here. But I am patient. But Sylvanas seems more patient than I. And based on the condition of this world right now, there is not enough time to wait.
Yeah.
Still, if Sylvanas' chosen could find another way, I would hear it.
He is young. Of his kind. Certainly. I suppose I might see wisdom there that might not be there, or that there more than ever. When he does not speak, it is hard for me to recognize one way or the other. Certainly, we've gotten as far as we have.
Yeah.
Though I do not know, he is in flux. It's growing. Not physically, but his demeanor is changing rapidly. I was going to go try to find Cindermoon. I did not know of your situation, but I figured if it would be possible to return her, to banish Shah, finally says, then this would be an opportunity. To hear that you've already somewhat succeeded in doing the same to Banyan. He said, looks if she could be returned to us.
It was through Malar's will, because of the challenge I issued, that Malar gave me the freedom to do with Nobanian as I will. In defeating Nobanian, the corruption oozed off of him, though the spell scars clearly remained. I do not know whether Shar would relinquish Cindermoon, even if she were defeated.
He might not, but I have banished her power once before. It would be more difficult, I'm sure, but just at least that is something we can still agree on.
Yes.
The shadow must go. And
She says,
and if we could, you have an offer from Milan, and with what you have told me, I could not blame you, and would not blame you if you took it. But it seems you have time, and so I will not try to find something else, both for you, but I think more for the world. And he says that with a meaning, like he looks at Emisura and he sees someone who has grown to be a terrifying power, and who is not done. You know, and so he definitely. That's the assurance here, right? Myliki does oppose anyone who is in Emisura's situation, like, would want to free them just by virtue of them being captured.
It's almost like I have spent dozens of sessions thinking how I would argue to someone who worshipped Myliki.
Yeah.
Right?
And,
yes, it's my thought, like, oh, I hate it when they make sense. Oh, God.
I don't think
No.
he doesn't consider Emisure evil. He considers Emisure to be complicated, which is some form of neutral, I suppose.
Yep.
She-
Relationship
she-
status is complicated.
She doesn't do things out of altruism, but she sees she doesn't do things out of sadistic glee either. She does them out of sort of a logical necessity, which, he believes that being good makes sense, that is a good, correct choice, which means that if you have a very logical creature and you can trust their judgment, then they probably will err on the side of not being the worst all the time. Which is very much his view here. Now he sort of has a new picture of why Emisura does what she does. Her motivation. And certainly presented to him in a way that aligns with his personal beliefs.
Okay. Dozens of sessions thinking how I would present this to him.
Yeah, well, it works, right? It makes sense. He still feels like, and he has felt like this for a long time. He's always wished that if he could just talk to Cindermoon and
Yep.
she was like a super genius for this stuff, and he may be a pretty old gold dragon druid. That's not, that's pretty significant by itself. But she's just, breaking the level barrier in her druidic ability. He just wishes he had that wisdom. When she was in charge, things got done.
The green dragon rubs her face and says, "All right, Archdruid Myliki, you seek Cindermoon. I will travel to Cormyr. Druids I have sent Myliki are already there, agents of the Emerald Enclave, to hunt the Netherese and aid Cormyrians, so it would make sense that I myself would be there directly. The Malorites are occupied through one of my dearest minions on raids against the Summer Fae, supporting Auril, and that will continue, so they should not cause too much trouble here. And Sylvanas' minions with Zalaznar will remain contemplating and wondering what the right course of action is. Those things should hold together."
We need a leader. If Cindermoon could only return.
Well, you would do a better job of finding her than I would. And if I can actually inspire Sylvanas' Chosen to action, and maybe get him over here, then Cindermoon could be freed of Shar's hold.
Nods. Yes. Yes, I think together on this, we might be able to do something. Certainly what you have already done for Banyan, giving chance when his arch rival would be your benefactor. It will give those who doubt your sincerity in looking for another option. It will discredit their attempts to speak ill of you. It was a good choice. You will go, indeed, try to speak to And I hope that being around others in a situation like this would inspire him to something. Beyond that, I did not want Thalesnar to become a tree just yet. I'm hoping to have a replacement for him before.
He seeks to meet with Sylvanus' chosen and be told that he has done well, and he can now rest.
I do believe his time is over. He has been there. The focal point, something for people of the Gulfmere to lean upon. But he has never been a great leader.
The burdens not just of missing Cindermoon and you, but all of the chaos around here, has forced many things upon him I know he finds disagreeable, most of all, acting quickly.
There's nods. I don't think I have to ask, but if you do and to move the chosen from Comir, do make sure to keep him safe. We have been harried by many things, and some from Auril, some from Talos.
She grins.
I can only imagine that if the chosen Umberlee is looking for him too, given this place is close. From a target.
She sees things in time, and then she nods, and there is a genuine, vicious grin that appears on her face and says, "Then let them come, test themselves against the might of Imizuri Lidrathir, slayer of the impossible, one who can inspire fear even of the far realm. For if they can defeat me, then they deserve their prize. But no one has."
Yeah. Just yeah, okay. He doesn't like the part where they deserve it.
Yep.
But
her stance is that if they're strong enough to beat her, then yeah, they get the chosen. But
yeah, and he does need the chosen. Basically, he's trying to do a lot of things, but he can only be in one place at one time. So it's like he had to leave him in Comir because there are other chosen there, but he doesn't like it because this war with Sembia is going to break out any moment, and if they lose, then he's lost too.
Yeah.
So that's not a great place for him to be.
Her intention very much is to protect Sylvanus' chosen against any who would try to take the chosen to life.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be someone out there who is better than her and makes a run at it. And she's like, "Well, guess you get the chosen. I'm out of here. I lose." Okay.
Yeah.
So she'll leave.
And I think sort of as that conversation is like down, basically he will go south and to the Chandlewood and see what he can find.
Yeah.
And then he will just say, "Chosen, this might be a chance not just for you to gain your freedom from your hellish pursuers, but perhaps also from the duties Malar might make you perform as one of his." He'd nod and go retract himself, because he's got a lot more work to do. No time to rest.
Yep.
Never time to rest.
Heads back to her lair, issues orders. Complaints now have to be taken up with the only elder remaining in the Emerald Enclave in this region, Zalaznar. He's going to love that.
Mm-hmm.
For Imizuri Lidrathir is out of town, and there's no use in hiding things. She's going to Cormyr herself directly. She will see this Netherese Shar-infused nonsense, much as she did in Naflan. Nova Kree is in charge of the lair, like at the Grand Temple. He's not in charge of the Emerald Enclave because he can't be, but overseeing the defenses personally he can do. And there he goes. Whoosh. There she goes.
All right. Is she intending to fight against Sempia? Or so, against the Netherreal Empire?
That kind of depends on where exactly Sylvanas' Chosen puts himself, yeah?
Yes, all right.
Because her first and foremost thing is to protect the Chosen. If the Chosen doesn't fight the Netherese, then like she's not going to ditch the Chosen to do that.
Mhm.
But if the Chosen goes to do that, yeah, she
Right.
will.
Oh. All right. Cool. She will go off to find this Chosen amongst the others.
Yep. Excuse me, are you my Chosen?
I'm looking for. Hello. This usually isn't such a problem. I mean,
Yeah. What's that? Chosen? Oh, which one?
I've never heard of
Yay,
that
ha.
deity. Oh.
What do you mean you've never?
All right. Miss Cicatrix, that was a bit of talking. Anything you wanna get to?
The autumn and winter.
I want to know how I feel. That like, do I feel alright? Am I?
Like you feel sick or?
No, it's just in terms of like the splitting of soul and all that.
Yeah,
All that jazz.
you do feel right. Now, normally I would give you a new compulsion for this, a murder compulsion.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I don't. I thought about it, but don't think we need to. You have that pretty much on lockdown anyway, and it wouldn't give you draconic
am
essence.
murder!
It would just be a thing, right? So I feel like as long as you murder things, you sort of
Right, to satisfy
complete
that
that
urge.
anyway. Yeah, regardless. I don't think that'll be something
Yeah.
the dragon has a problem with.
No.
Compared to
that's-
many other people who might not have wanted to do
Well,
heroes.
like
of
that
various
hero
sorts.
guy,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I feel like that was also sort of the matchup and why she would chase after this. Is like literally this is perhaps also why the hack sword, right? It's like this is literally made for you, like murder
And
power.
as for what it does, you will have a great benefit in fighting the other part. Which of
Yaffle.
course is like Yaffle maybe have has like 1 or 2% of this whole
Right.
thing, so she will not have the same benefits fighting you.
Oh,
Which
and incredible.
is sort of an ideal situation. Normally that would be a problem. You'd have to seek out this other person, confront them, but that'll sort of, be a
That'll
thing.
happen.
Yeah. So and once Cicatrix actually has the full soul, chances are there will be a possibility for ascension. I mean, to claim the domain of murder, which would only be a single domain. You don't become a major deity or anything like that, but certainly a quasi deity status, like a lower rank of divinity, could be in the future.
Yeah, that's right.
To become
know?
basically like a free aspect of murder,
Yeah, that sounds good.
and then from there, Cicatrix might be able to grow things. For now, though,
A
it
god
seems
hunter,
like the
one might
ritual
say.
has vexed that ambition, and merely focuses Cicatrix even more on the murder of a particular person.
Yes, it's like she needed that. Yeah, there'll be a brief time of smugness, but also worry about all them devils. you know, and then she'll start pondering her portal. Um, but I think, like, for a little bit, she's gonna, like, she's sort of waiting, right? She's like, okay, so technically she did attack those guys. Like, does that mean that all these hell people that were there are gonna come here? Like, but then, if in a 10-day nothing has happened.
They do.
Yeah, all right.
Right. She like doesn't know the exact contract language of like normally they can't, but I tagged the
Well,
charge they were defending. Like when
know,
is like the window? Like are they gonna like really teleport on me?
I suppose Jaffel were somewhat of a good lawyer, because
I mean, she basically made a deal. You can never think about it like, so hell, if they die, then I can't be reborn, and then we die, then you get all the souls. And Hell says, yes, of course, that sounds great. I'm sure they'll be fine though. You're gonna include a clause that's like, and you can't just go kill them.
right.
Oh man,
shut yourself. Yeah. They just go smash the eggs. Done.
Yeah. What if it's in self-defense though? Like they attack.
Of course, there's something if they're protecting someone against an assaulting enemy. They don't have to kill you. It can just sort of give you to the
So they start haggling over how much retaliation time there is.
Yeah, it's sort of a measured force response. Certainly not how they would prefer to act, but
then after the 10-day, Crucifix is like, okay, no one's coming.
Exactly. Hell has generally tried to supply aid to whoever is willing to ally with Hell, and might be, in your way. Hoping to get to.
Which is luckily not as many people as it used to be.
Yeah.
There's some comfort in that. All right. Well, then she will start researching. What was it that was on the? Was it the other side of the portal last time? Was it a Baylor?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. She'll look into that a little bit after, being smacked in the face and reduced to almost half hit points again, which reminds her of that encounter. She feels like maybe she should prepare a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll me a monster knowledge check.
Arcana, yes. Let's see here. Yeah, no, don't delete all my. Sorry, just checking exactly what my stuff will do. Alright. +2, so that is roll 1, 20 plus. Come on!
Alright. You're looking at Baylor. It's about the demon equivalent of a pit fiend.
Great.
This one is lower level though. It doesn't actually really want to be there super bad. He's not really committed. He sort of has to, but pretty much the same type as a devil, except it's demon. Keyword.
Yeah.
Bit of a devil. Fairly strong, all things considered, but been there a while.
Yeah, also not specifically made with her in mind,
It's made perhaps with devils in mind, but yeah, it also is on fire, though a lot less so. It also attacks a lot with fire and lightning, though perhaps also a bit less so.
Would she know whether, like, it's a summoned guardian, right?
It is
bound.
It is called, and it's specifically not bound. It is likely controlled by true name. If someone knows its true name, has written it down somewhere and then commanded it to do a thing. In which case, it just sort of has to do that thing, even if it doesn't really want to.
Oh, so if it
cannot,
has to
it cannot simply be
protect,
banished. It cannot simply be gotten rid of. Once it's destroyed,
Right.
it will actually be dead and no longer exist because it's been like called. To the plane.
all right.
It can't
So it's
really
not
go
like
wrong.
I can like teleport out of the range of it, and then it'll be like, oh, technically, like it has been told to protect the thing, and
it hangs out
it'll do that.
because it doesn't have
Yeah.
a choice. It kind of sucks for it, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if it knows I'm there, it has to.
Hunt you down.
Now,
Punch me in the face.
if you could the Baylor another, like, if you could give the Baylor an opportunity for freedom, it doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, I guess that is another. How would I do that?
You would probably need the Baylor's true name.
Yeah.
Which would give you an ultimate power over him, which is why they usually don't want to give that to people. But
Right.
usually how you get a demon's name like that is you buy it from someone who is more powerful than him. Someone made a deal with the demon. Or with someone else who had it. Baylor
Alright.
certainly is, it's an epic level demon. So it's not a cheap thing to acquire.
How expensive are we talking?
To buy, you don't pay with money, certainly. Some sort of
Oh.
wicked action
Service or opportunity or favor.
for whoever, whichever demon lord is master of it.
Would gotta depend on what
Demogorgon,
that.
perhaps,
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know that I want to depend on demons. They're
gloriously terrible. But if you
Well,
need
I mean,
something to stop a
yes.
devil from meddling, then a demon is the perfect thing.
Hmm.
If you need something to stop devilish meddling, then a demon is the perfect thing. They will never agree.
Yeah.
If you have both a devil and a demon protecting the same thing, then
Yeah, that's a problem. All right. So you
hey,
can't
you're
just.
more powerful than you were.
And Manikai said this was weaker than a normal Baylor.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like killing it, but again, because I was like, I don't want the hell to fucking have access, Um.
And really,
So-
I get it's hard for you to make a decision because you don't have much information. You haven't been
Yeah.
there except for one time where you sort of just jumped through.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you most worried about, Ari? Of all like the various things like you're concerned about, what's your biggest worry with this?
Probably that I've created a nice portal, and if I also take away the Guardian, I feel like Hell might see fit to just run in there,
I get you.
because apparently they're allowed to do that, so. Could it, like, even if it's commanded by its true name, can it be held in a magic circle?
Like if you you want to trap it.
Yes.
I mean you could, but chances are it's not going to let you put one around it.
No. Yeah. All right. Beat it until unconscious.
And
I
then
mean, if
trap
you're
it,
gonna beat it,
Yeah. then you could, yeah.
Yeah, but then I could, erase it and then jump out, and there would still be a Guardian, and I could have messed with whatever I wanted to.
Yes,
I get you.
you could do that.
Yeah, time to create a magic circle is 1 hour. You definitely have to knock that thing out.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I could knock it out for 1 hour, I suppose.
You want to have it at 0 hit points. Then you've
Okay.
won.
Sweet. Yeah, I think that's the plan then.
In
So,
An affected creature whose level is lower than your Arcana check result -10 cannot pass through the circle, affect creatures through the circle's boundary, or affect the boundary in any way. So the Valor's level would have to be
Oof.
lower than your Arcana check result, -10.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I'm not sure
So-
I can do that.
So you'd probably have to roll in the mid-30s.
Yeah. Hmm. But yeah. When do you do that? I can't, like, in the, yeah. Might take a lot of hours, is what it might take.
I mean, you do the Arcana check result as part of the Magic Circle.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, other than cost, there's nothing to hinder me from trying again, right?
I guess not. The circle requires 1 minute to inscribe per square inside the circle, plus an
Yeah.
extra hour to cast.
Yeah.
So 64 minutes total. Or, if it's a huge creature, I guess it would need 69 minutes.
Yeah, I've spent a long time wondering about that thing. I think that I can. Certainly gonna be cheaper than buying its goddamn name.
All right. I suppose your consequence there is, you go in, let's say you do it. You knock it unconscious. You make the circle while it's unconscious. It takes 69 minutes. You cast it. You don't know how well it's going to do until it tries to leave the magic circle. So there you are, whatever, time you're doing, just fiddling around with the thing. It's woken up. It hasn't tried to leave the circle. You're like, okay, mission accomplished. You might be distracted at something, and that's what it tries. And you're like, well, then, it's still probably super weakened, but I don't know. I suppose your check result there. Do Balors have regeneration?
Do Balors in general have regeneration? Not as a fixed thing.
Okay.
Of course, they're very powerful. Like dragons, they might
Yeah.
have all sorts of things, but probably not. No likelihood.
Yeah, they could have any sorts of magic doohickey or whatever. Who knows
Yeah.
what Yaffle set up here to guard this shit? So
It's a guard dog, right?
Yeah. So even if it did break the magic circle, it'd still be super weakened.
Yeah, I think.
In which case, why even bother making the magic circle at all? Just not unconscious.
Well,
Easy.
Right, I could just kill it again when I go out.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. But the thing is, I don't want to kill it. I guess I could just knock it out again.
That's what I'm saying. Why even bother the magic circle?
I need time, though. I need time. If the thing that I need to mind hack or whatever to try and reverse some of the effects.
If not 10 days.
I'm gonna need a long time, and in that time, I don't need a Balor to fucking harass me every 10 minutes.
Maybe you could replace it with a guardian of your own.
Yeah.
Then only you
who?
can go.
But who?
Good question. But that's sort of up
Right?
to you.
Maybe it's time to buy the true name of a Valor that answers to you.
Yes. I don't
It could be that Valor right there.
Fill
If
the
you had
whole
a
place
true
with
name.
acid.
Oh Lord.
Many ways you can protect a place.
How do you protect a dragon lair? What if you put 8 black dragons in there?
Put the portal at the bottom of a swamp.
And then a dozen pits. I remember that lair. The pits were the real. Poor Velignif. God. Fell in all the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that I will go in there and, have my magic circle shit ready, but not be full committed until I've, bared my fangs at it and figured, how serious it is.
Are you going to go in alone?
I mean, see, do we want other people to know about the portal?
I thought you had decided all of this before this session.
No.
Okay.
I think she's gonna go in alone.
Okay.
I don't think she
Getra's like, damn, this was going to be the one time I stopped eating.
Right. You know what I should do? I should just move Gethra in there with a table of eternal eating, and he'd be fine. He wouldn't even care. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll sit on my fucking ass here.
Here, I'll give you 2 tables, different varieties of food. Here you go.
Well, yeah, it's true. So that he doesn't have to use a action to change the food, because that's a lot of work.
You may get bored eating the same thing if you have him there as guardian for a long time. You might be like, it's kind of dull
No,
here.
it keeps spawning different foods every time.
Okay. Great.
I've enchanted it.
That's true. I remember that now. You were clever at doing that. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, let's have a look then, shall we?
Yes.
Some time left. We can.
I know you have the map.
Right.
I would say it's the oldest map here.
with the Baylor. I remember when you dipped in and then promptly fled.
Yeah. Then got smothered by a sweaty mutation thing.
You must help me. We will fling a desperate attack against the Envoy. What?
Yeah, who the fuck are you? I feel like I'm agreeing under duress right now.
Ancient tomb. You go through the portal. You open it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not hard. You've already made that.
I mean, I made it.
You can go through.
I forgot how that looked. Look at that.
And as you appear, you once again hear the slight sort of hum vibration in the air, power moving around, and you again see the sort of liquid silvery walls move and almost continuously run down slowly from somewhere to somewhere, while the lines of crystalline power in the floor seem to be working. Only the current one of these 4 portals coming out of. The current one seems to be currently doing anything. The others are inactive.
I smashed the other one, yes.
You want to hear me out here? And I know I'm pitching a whole lot at you. When you just want to get into fighting a Baylor. But what if you defeat this Baylor, and then you break the stone giant's portal, but from this side, so you don't have to find it under the ground.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, all right, these other portals need to go.
All right, sorry. Please continue.
Oh my god, he's gonna be so mad.
You could analyze them or whatever you want, but
I do have that ritual.
Yeah.
But
as you just step out of the
first...
portal, that doesn't seem to attract the attention of anything. Sort of slight
right.
fun and whatnot.
All right, can I go over here without anything happening?
Yeah.
Great, I'll start analyzing the portal.
All right.
Hey, I gotta do it first. Might as well. Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, scroll up was one of my first rituals here. Component cost 250 gold.
250
Yeah.
gold.
Oh, whew, I don't know, you guys.
All right. What's your take 10 on a kind of check? Let's just do that since you're gonna probably do it.
So that's
what if you
plus,
roll a 10? What do you?
If I rolled a 10, without my finagling, that would be a
29.
29.
29.
If I finagle, it would be a 31.
All right. How often can you do that?
It's an encounter thing. I consume a potion, which is 100 gold, and I get +2 to a skill check. Also, if it is a ritual, actually.
Well, you know what? With your base, we could just run. I think. So these portals are all the same as others you've characterized. They're Thean style portals. They're constructed as a planar with a planar transition. Basically, you are in a different plane right now than the material plane. You've moved through that as a planar gate, not just a location one. And the difference between these is really where they are linked to, where do they lead, right? And the one you look on here is linked to Star Mantle. However, it seems that the linking one is broken.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that portal. It was broken, right? So there's no
So-
power going through it, or there's still power
No,
going through it.
like this side here still works.
Yeah.
All of them really still work from this side, but it doesn't work because the other one is gone. It's going to a place that doesn't have a portal.
So it's just going nowhere.
It's broken.
Could it be rerouted so the power went to me?
Like you could build another portal and then try to make this go to another portal.
Yeah. All right. Interesting.
Or it could be co-opted in some way. The one next to here, you know.
But that's the
is,
one I went through.
Yeah, and if you opened it from this side, it would try to go to Nathlan.
Oh.
So don't close
Alright.
it while you're in here, because there isn't a
Yeah.
portal in Nathlan until you at least modify this side too.
Right. All
This
right.
one,
That's a good thing to know.
would show you going to the Shining Plains laboratory, which is
Wait.
also not there.
We have not seen that.
No, that's because where the Shining Plains was, there's a big
It
crater with
collapsed.
earth motes floating about.
Yeah.
That said, a certain dragon once upon a time found some stuff over there.
Yeah. All right. Wait. So there's no connection here to the Death King directly.
And the one over here is to
Westgate.
Westgate,
Yeah.
which is also gone. So no, there is none here that would lead there
All right. All right.
for outgoing portals.
Suppose we might have found the one tumbling into the fucking nowhere. All right. Still no Baylor.
No.
Right. Seems like it'll only go if I try to go over there.
No, like investigate the central path. That's what happened last time, and they were like, nah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you've had opportune time to measure that because each one of those analyzed portals takes an hour to cast, so it's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not particularly enthused about the job it's doing, but
I get it. I've done guard work.
I have not, luckily. Yeah, rerouting this would be a big undertaking, right?
Yeah, it would be a project.
All right. Well, I'm gonna write that down for later then. Of course, the materials are here. Just need to in-plug another code, I suppose.
Take time and work, like not a day's work, but more. But it's not something you couldn't do. You've already done the research to be able to.
Yeah, I can make it. Surely I can hack it now too. All right. Yeah, but that's not why I'm here though. And I feel like it'll be boring if I just went here and then start spending days rerouting a portal. So
Fight!
Yeah. Go! Oh wait, but there is only 15 minutes of session.
Right, it's just you and a Baylor.
Okay,
Fight,
let's go.
Fight!
Coming in.
All right.
Got your
So-
fire ring on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's on. You fucking bet you it's on.
All right. You bellow out a challenge. For years I have waited to return here and claim my vengeance upon you, Baylor.
No, that's definitely.
I will drink from your skull.
Oh yeah, there's my initiative roll.
Yeah. You got it right. So it's there, and it sort of is just looking down this path, and as you move close, it sees you, it lets out like a burning roar as it shakes its wings of fire and begins to move towards you with the intention to hit you with a flaming whip and a lightning sword until you are nothing.
Okay. I gotta do a minor action and drink a Paragon tier potion of resistance to get 10 resist lightning. There we go. 1 healing search. Then. Again, drugs. Take them. No. Wait, that does not show up there. Alright. Oh, good. Alright. And, well. Then. Don't remember, does it have reach?
That's
Threatening reach?
No. That's not.
Ah, sucks to be it. Alright. I'll go and I'll try and smack it. Yeah.
You strike it, and those are certainly both.
Great. Also, because I act before it in the first round, I have combat advantage, so
Alright.
it's gonna get some sneak attack.
Stay into its burning body.
Also, I'm assuming that the half year I waited, I'll have my 1 action point. Is that
Yes.
great? Then I'll action point.
Alright.
And I took a feat this level, which will help me in my rogue bullshit. It is called Martial Mastery. When you spend an action point to take an extra action, you also regain the use of a martial encounter power you have used during this encounter.
It does have reaction when you hit it.
Okay.
When you hit it, it will. It has an immediate at will immediate reaction when damaged by an attack from an enemy within 3 squares. Swing its lightning sword at you.
Okay.
Not currently bloodied. It's not currently bloodied, so it's just a...
Yeah, alright, minus 10. That's still 29 damage. Yeah, I'll take it. It's gonna get a bit worse, so. Alright, and the action point, I'll do my Circle Predator again.
That is a crit for you, and then you have a crit, which is 18. Your crit damage.
Yes. God, I do not roll well on the next turn damages here. Wait, is this the updated version? No, it is not. That should be an extra D10. So 4 more damage. And next turn.
Yep.
Wait,
anything else?
That would also be on the. Right?
The other one is already 5d10.
Yeah, but I have a thing that gives me 1 extra crit dice.
Alright. Roll it.
So that should also be. No, actually, that's fine. I'm not currently wearing that. I'll just adjust that back.
You good?
No, I need to do my offhand. Here we go. Ugh.
The miss.
Yes. All right.
Start of turn damage, and then it roars and lays into you because it does just want to mess something up. I mean, it's been here for so long and nothing ever happens. So, a lightning sword
Nope.
and a flame whip.
You were
Nope.
probably its last interaction a few decades ago.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Also looks like a mess.
Yep.
Then it will action point and use the wildfire whip. Close blast everything. Yeah. Paint it here.
Mhm.
Okay. Go. 8. Bring it out. 42 versus reflex.
Nope.
Bit of fire damage and a zone of abyssal fire. Deals 10 damage to anything starting its turn there.
All right.
It's your turn. It's your turn. 10 damage.
Yes. I have. Let me just find it again.
Just roars again. You should be dead by now, to its mind.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon.
When you take fire damage from an attack, you gain temp. Oh, was it the end? That's not it.
Nope.
Well, this is not an attack, right?
Nope,
Like the zone.
No.
you're in a zone.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Never mind. I'll take 10 damage. That's right. Okay.
Just fire boils and pops.
Oh, I critted, by the way. So you now it of course has -2
Ah, yes.
to everything.
It's
Well, attacks and defenses. Well, attacks. Well, I'll go look at that again.
it is, yeah.
You have like a thing for it now.
I saw that I could take the feat too, and I was like, nah, that's her
I
thing.
have an attack bonus thing, yeah.
Hey, it's great. You should do it. You are also a crit fisher because you have so many attacks.
I don't crit fish with 20s. Like, I need 20s to crit.
Yeah, true. All right. Well, yeah. I think that it is just a time for a good old bloodbath attack. First, though, I will minor action and do meditation of the blade and get to use a d6. That's right, y'all. You heard it here.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I'll try and hit it.
Well, that's a hit. 28.
Damage. Knocked prone. Takes 6 ongoing damage. Save ends.
Yes, and of course, circling predator had me gain a combat advantage. So I'll go ahead and do that sneak attack again.
All right.
Yeah, that should be it.
Ongoing. Stand up. And double attack. Lightning sword followed by a flame whip.
Nope.
Now, action point. Do it again.
Last 2 action points? Nope.
Yeah, it does. Well, all misses. It makes a save. It fails its saving throw.
Great, it's bloodied. Or it's taking underground damage. I have advantage.
Let's take 10 damage from you.
Yes, I do. That is true.
It can do no other damage. You at least have that.
Better the 10 damage than the 6d10 from the lightning sword.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'll take it.
6d10.
Yeah, and then, we'll continue.
It must be a brute. Those are scary numbers.
That hits. It's a brute. For 30 damage, ongoing 10.
And I will go ahead and smash 1 gem on my belt and spend a healing surge and remove 1 fortitude. Oh, and then
Taking you to 6 healing surges now.
yes. Well, they're not much good if you can't spend them, really.
Absolutely. Still got a plethora of them for a singular fight.
Right? All right.
As soon as you slay this, that's when a devil steps from around the corner.
Yeah.
Why,
Finally!
hello
It
there.
was oh fuck. All right. I remove that healing surge right now. There we go. Yes, that's me.
All right, I
Well,
mean,
actually, can I shift around here?
you'd have to shift quite far. Oh, no.
Yeah, you're going
Oh,
through the
oh.
Baylors, you know?
Yeah. All right. Never mind.
Cool.
Oh,
Dazzling acrobatics! Woo!
Bring it to
I
that
go
next
between the
one.
Baylor's legs.
Those are misses.
no. No.
You take your 10 damage in your turn.
The Baylor had 6 ongoing damage, and then the save
Yes,
in that.
16 in fact.
That's right.
Still take more.
Sorry, I completely mind blanked for a bit there. All right.
At an episode.
Should I- what?
A moment of silence is reported all
Yes.
across the globe.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and do a repulse strike. Oh lord, that is a crit.
It's a crit. A natural 20 in fact.
Yeah.
20 damage.
And you're gonna boop. Boop.
Then we have 21 start.
And boop. Oh lord. Heyo. That's
We have a
another
natural
20.
20 again. 1 damage.
All right.
It's bloodied.
No, the 19 I think is. No, yeah, 21. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably right. Is it? They're updated?
No, we'll be both, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
The other one doesn't have your damage bonus in there. All right, and
It's kind of
then
say.
it gets to
yeah.
intercede, attack back with a lightning strike. It misses that, and then
Which
I
is
should
misses.
bloody it.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's still my turn, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not done.
When it is bloodied, it has an aura, an aura 3 for 10 more fire damage per turn.
Okay. Can I
You go.
minor action?
Hit it again. Laying into it, partially smashing, cutting, and ripping.
Yep. That's it.
All right, it will take its damage, and then it will
Also.
try to hit.
Nope.
No, it can hit. It has hit. It's not hitting. All right, yeah, it doesn't have more action points, so
All right.
through.
I'll take 10 damage or 20 damage, right?
20 damage.
Yep. 10 from 2 sources.
Yeah. That's mean. All right. Well, it's bloodied.
27. 5 ongoing.
Until it is no longer bloodied.
Yeah. Well.
And also, of course, when I hit it, it takes the 6 ongoing again.
All right.
Every time, because.
No, because it's bloody. Do you have something else against it?
No.
Okay.
Well, I do have something that can give it another 5. Well, maybe I should just do that, actually. Because my Bloodhound bracers that secures me combat advantage when I hit something that takes ongoing damage. Free action trigger. You bloody an enemy. Oh, that should have done last turn. Never mind.
Oh well.
I always forget it. I always do. All right. Anyway, I don't think I have hit it with sneak attack, so I'm going to do that.
Or dismantling this demon. It just
Vengeance.
tries to. Just a couple good hits would really. No.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
It has a 30 bonus to hit with.
Oh, it's being
just,
very unlucky
It's
then.
just-
Oh
it's
my
not doing-
god.
It's not doing
No,
well.
that can't be true.
yeah.
Yeah, it can't hit a 30. Then it's rolled
Well,
a 0.
A little bit less on the against reflex, but
Okay.
because it doesn't get proficient. But
Don't I know it?
care of.
Yeah, it has a plus 30 to its lightning sword attack, and well, sometimes it's just your day, right?
Yeah. It's
So,
true.
You have a lot of armor class though.
You know, I have been working on it. All right, I'll, smash another gem because
Yeah. And you are a rogue, so gotta kill the climb up there too.
and heal
Strike.
40.
Two strike. Just
Okay.
battle of killers.
And stick attack.
All right.
That renews the 6 ongoing, right?
Sure
Yeah, it does.
Save now to see if.
It also has the 6 ongoing.
I know.
Okay, good.
There, and then it whips.
It can't save against the 5 ongoing.
I know. Whips
All
and
right.
it
Well, I'll
swords.
hit it because it hit me.
Damage. But it seems like it hits with it.
Well,
Ari, you just said that it hits you, so you hit it back. You can't immediately say that it doesn't
okay,
hit you.
it attacks me is what it does.
Okay, I got you. I understand.
All right. I'll double check. No,
The
yeah,
target
if it attacks
attacks you before your next turn. Okay, so you can make it miss and then still hit it with that. I got you.
So can I use anticipate attack?
Well, let's see. The power
Yes, I
for
could.
you to interrupt it is an immediate. You're spending your immediate interrupt to do that, right?
Yeah.
As an immediate interrupt, what's your defense thing? Is it a free action?
Yeah. Look at stuff. Scroll. Anticipate attack. No, that's an immediate interrupt. Yeah, absolutely
Then
right.
you can't. Yep. Then
Yeah.
you can't use it. You're taking that hit.
There's 49 like
Ugh.
So 39 for you because you took a resist 10
Yeah.
lightning.
Oof, not 348.
turn.
But then 20 from the two
And then
separate sources
20.
of fire.
Ow, fucking shit.
Well, you know.
I just love mentioning this, the influence of Bale on you. Fucking hit it back! Oh wait, oh shit!
This thing just has fire everywhere, blocking your.
Yeah, I noticed it. I did. See, it's not even an attack. Like I get half of the temp of hit points back from fire attacks, but so far it's only hit me with lightning, and stones are not attacks.
Very good reflex. So.
It's true. I do. All right. Guess it's time to use healing potions. Looks at money. It's not even that expensive since we looted like 1 million, but I'm a dragon.
That's right, you count every piece spent.
All right. Oh, hey.
Right.
That was a good roll.
Mystic Burr, I need you now.
Yeah, indeed, healing.
Give me temporary hit point.
All right. I'm gonna convert. God damn it! Gonna convert my move to a minor and do that again.
All right. 2 potions. You got the searchers.
Yeah, not much longer. Oh, that's not terrible. All right. All right, and then an attack. Beep, 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 beep.
Get him, Mary. You solo that Baylor.
Yeah, I mean that's what I want to do.
That baby Baylor.
All right, I have not used this yet, so it's time for deep dagger wound. Wait, I have used that, have I not? Yes. All right. Never mind that. I was gonna say that looked really familiar. Then I'll do this one instead.
All right, 16 damage.
And sneak attack. And then of course renews the 6.
All right, well, let's see if it can return some of this. No.
Well, it gets smacked in the face.
Yes. And as you do that, it can interrupt you with a lightning sword. It does hit.
Oh shit. Lord. Alright, I'm not gonna stop doing that.
That is then 54 lightning damage.
54?
Yeah, it's bloodied, so 49 plus 5 is
Oh,
54,
alright.
which you take down to 44.
Lord. Hoorah.
Then the Unbound Baylor
And
gets
then it's me.
a save against its ongoing damage. Not the one that it can't remove, but the one it can
Yeah.
remove. Did it take that damage? Scroll it up. Okay.
Yeah, it did.
And now, speaking of you take your 20 ongoing, basically.
Fucking disgusting.
Resistant fire would have ended up being better here.
Yeah, you know, in hindsight.
Oh well. You know.
I feel
need
like
another
I'm committed
shot.
now, though.
What are you saying?
Yes, 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 yes. I really have. Well, I'm gonna hit it first before I. So maybe I'll kill it, and I won't have to use another potion.
There you go.
Sorry, let's check in here. Yeah, this is really not. No, all right.
Hit.
19 damage.
And sneak
Surprisingly,
attack.
being a brute of lower level than you, it is very hard for you to miss.
Poor brute being lower level.
It
How
doesn't-
dare it be a
it
lower
doesn't
level
die,
than
right?
you?
Then I suppose I'll have to fucking use an all heal potion. For my money. I don't like it. It's okay. With 6 the blood of Yaffle will flow. She shall see death yet again.
I might end up meeting her next session without realizing it.
Yeah, now that would be a thing, huh? Alright.
All right. Damage. Lay on the
Oof.
No.
and
Rolled another terrible attack roll, that lightning
Yeah,
sword. It's
lots-
good for you.
Lots of them,
Yeah.
honestly. There's been a lot of those, but it happens.
I'll take my 20.
yeah.
God fucking shit. I mean, that is
That's
not.
continuous fire just happening.
I
The
do
flame
not
zone
enjoy
and then
that.
the bloodied aura. 2 times 10.
Thought. I have them. Yes. Probably. Oh, there we are. Um, yeah. Yeah.
You hit, yeah.
Sneak attack. Gotcha. Another 40.
40.
There you go.
Boom.
Oh, thank God.
That's a crit.
Yeah.
That's 80 points of fire damage
80 points of fire damage. Yeah.
All
on a
right.
crit.
That is a lot. I get half of it as temporary hit points. Wait, let me just pull that ring up. Here. When you take fire damage from an attack, you gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt by the attack. And then I have an immediate interrupt. You are hit by a firepower. No, that is not relevant. All right. So I lose 80
hit
and
points.
gain 40 temp
Temp-
HP.
Yep. You're at 19 hit points with 40
Yeah,
temporary
no.
hit points.
And you wanted to keep it around, yeah? To just knock it out temporarily?
Hmm?
You wanted to just knock it out temporarily?
No, I think plans have changed. This motherfucker's going down.
Because I was about to say, yes, it might not have many hit points, but this would happen again if you...
Yeah, no,
Um,
no,
Right, yeah, you want to destroy it?
Yeah.
Then it is gone.
It has been permanently slain since it was held here.
Drive your fangs and claws into the burning flesh of this thing. The zone.
God, what a thing to crit on. 8d10.
So all these other portals are inactive on the other side, right? Or destroyed.
Here, yeah. Well, they're all functioning. They just don't have anything to point at.
No, I'm just saying the other portals, like their pair, basically.
Yes.
You destroy the one Westgate, the one Stargate, or Star Mantle, and
Yep.
then
The one in Nathline's also
Nathlic.
broken, and then the
All
Shining
right,
Plains has been
great.
broken for a long time. Ash should come in here.
Oh, so you think I'm moving forward?
Oh, okay.
Oh, is it right there? Like, am I looking at something significant?
I'll show you here.
Okay, cause
Not that much more to go
is
explore.
that another portal?
What you see in front of you is a portal, much like the other one. This one seems to be fully functioning and does have a pairing. Beyond that, you see a large stone tablet, basically, plate, rock covered in various runes and scriptures and magical lines. It seems to be where this energy is sort of coming from, running in these places on the floor, along to basically magically power the portals and to some degree
Right.
keep this whole place stable. From it is a constant flow of energy. Yeah.
So that would be the one that the Death King was talking about, that he had added.
That
some
seems like
flair
yes.
to.
It is sort of a
Yes.
control device for this
Mm-hmm.
magical thing, which you're inside right now.
Right.
Here you can also better see that in the silver sort of liquid walls, sometimes it's like you see a humanoid face just like being pushed against it and then withdrawn.
Yeah, that's gross.
As if something is outside of this silvery chamber, only held
Yeah.
back by this liquid wall, trying to constantly push through.
Ugh. Sounds like Fire Realm shit. Alright. Before I leave, there doesn't seem to be any more danger here, right?
No.
Can I analyze this portal in front of me?
You would find that it goes to the Serpent Valley.
Right. Of course it does. So I guess that's how the Death King came in.
Presumably.
How the fuck could he pass through? Well, I guess there was a time. Shit. All right.
Passes through stone.
Yeah. You don't give a shit. He does the anime thing, appear right behind the bone devil, and then he just goes in the portal. Like, yeah, well. Alright. Nice.
So, sort of like in an overarching magical sense, since you're here, destroying that portal while none of these other portals are actually able to conduit the energy anywhere, if you could even destroy that portal that leads to the Serpent Valley, might be awkward for the ritual.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Vasikati will spend some time here basically contemplating exactly that, right? What are the ramifications of that? Because it's like, yes, I don't want this ritual to work, but I'm also part of the ritual. So, of course, like, it not working can't be any not working.
But if, say, you made
if
it
I
so
can
that
reroute it.
the portal that you came through
Yeah.
actually leads properly back to your portal instead of to Nathlake City,
Mhm.
then the ritual energy would have somewhere to go and away from the Death King.
Yeah.
Also away from the Serpent Valley.
Yeah. I don't think that they need that.
As for the runes upon this object, you see there's many different kinds, suddenly
Oh,
layered
yeah.
on top of each other. Like it's a quite complex system of various enchantments.
Yeah. Would I count as having secured what is on the other side of the portal?
Yeah, I think so. At least when you fix this one to sort of be
Yeah. Well.
two-way capable.
Yeah, I was gonna say they'll just in my head. So I'm like, all right, my next goal is to fucking yeah, be right. Figure out how to be right. The ritual or interfere, I suppose.
Hmm.
All right.
Yeah, you don't
Great.
want to destroy God Kong's means of harnessing power from it until you prevent him from being able to come into it. And
Yeah.
you can't prevent that until you make sure that you properly have a means to travel in and out by.
Oh yeah.
And then once you do that, then
He might get mad if you begin taking away his.
you might.
That sounds horrible for
Come for
him.
you.
In Westgate,
I mean, he can go
wherever
anywhere.
he wants.
it's true.
Turns out he's free.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah.
aware of that fact.
Good job though. You defeated the Baelor demon by yourself.
That's pretty rough.
So no small feat.
As Grim said, really should have just had resist fire. That would have been smart.
Oh, you were told fire and lightning, and you're like, well, I got a means to protect myself from fire through temp
yeah,
HP.
I didn't consider auras,
You know that.
In my mind, well, I think it's also in my mind. I was like, well, I've taken care of that. So basically, in my mind, I was like, oh, I'll take half damage. No, that was not what it said, Eric.
No,
It said that you would get 10 hit points. That is not the same.
definitely not
so,
the same.
That is on me.
Yeah, I thought you had a half damage thing too. Like, duh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I have been reading too much. Like, there's a necrotic ring like that.
Yeah, there's
I guess
necrotic
I'd mix
ring.
the two up,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
live and learn.
Painful lesson, but you lived to actually learn the lesson.
Yes.
And you also completed 2 goals.
I did? Oh, yeah. Hey. Cha-ching!
Yeah, you filled those 2 in this session. So
Yeah,
guess what
just
you get to do
farming.
next session?
Yeah,
Fill in 2
right.
more goals. What could be next for Cicatrix? Lady Murder.
Mhm.
That pit feed though, that life gaming you fast.
Yeah.
No, he hit as hard as this thing, but he actually hit.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy that at all.
I know the Baelor does a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
Lightning Sword
noticed.
does the 8d10 on a crit.
Also,
It's
soldier.
always, right? So
Yeah.
if it actually if it could hit for anything, Then it might have been
Yeah,
able to
the,
defend
the,
itself.
the lightning sword had a 60-10 attached, so a crit there would have been gross. Yeah, the crit on that
Yeah.
blade, yeah, it actually does have a separate damage value for
That's
crit.
the thing. My crits are vicious because I get a lot of crit dice, but of course there's no guarantee that they will roll well. Like, I have 5d10 on my weapon,
Mhm.
and then it'll take like another, like they rolled again for damage the next turn, right? I was like, getting 21 on 5d10 doesn't feel great. Like, oh, all right. Sweet. Cool.
But
Cool,
average
cool.
5d10.
Yeah, but you know.
I mean, it works out to 27.5, 5d10.
Yeah.
Averages
Well.
out to.
Yeah.
So how does Psychiatrics feel having gotten this far?
I think it's complicated. I mean, the first is like, oh god, that was harder than. Whew, Lord.
Where is where Cicatrix?
Yeah, where the
We
fuck
their
is
ass
number
pissed
code?
Let's see here.
So
Straight
you
line
can't
distance is
see.
on
No,
another
no,
plane.
yeah, if he's related here, can't tell. Like
Shit's
the
gone.
other target's on a different plane.
Yeah, I think she is excited and also like contemplating, because it's like there's so many possibilities, but then there's also not, right? Again, can't fucking provoke the Death King too much. Like, how do I target Jaffel without targeting myself? Like, there's a lot of but definitely seeing it. There's also
Yeah.
like just a very intense feeling of hate, because this is the source of everything. Like, this is the reason. Like, if she hadn't been able to make this, you know, if this wasn't made, she could have just been living in a cozy cave, and she would have not been nearly as powerful as she is now. But that's not what she focuses on.
I'd also say, interesting, go less to you perhaps, that that alongside the bottom of this thing are various alcoves, lines of them. This is basically like a pedestal, like you walk up this thing to the
Right.
actual. But there's alcoves in there, each carved meticulously, and most of them have shells from dragon eggs. Quite a few of them. 16.
Our Dragon Axe? Their
I
Dragon
mean, that's
Axe?
hard to tell, right? They're certainly old now, but there's many different kinds of dragons and such. Most of them, it seems, didn't make it.
Yeah. Wait, why the fuck did they make them in the alcoves?
You'll just have to ask Yaffle whenever she regains all of her memories.
That's gross. Like, oh. Like, there's definitely more than the ones that worked. Yeah, alright, well.
So yeah, you definitely have some possibilities in here. You know, once you connect the portal you came in back to your
Right.
portal, that's when you can then say, this isn't being a certain value anymore. Let's just completely upend the ritual. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Mine.
That's right.
Right. Did she. Wait, is this some kind of incubator too? Fucking these alcoves? They're incubating the eggs there? That's it.
They're all egg fragments, Harry.
Yeah.
She's not growing more dragons.
Oh, what, God. Wouldn't that be a thing?
I mean, although the superior being would be for her to transfer her essence into a dragon at the end instead of being a
Well,
human.
I mean. She's been leeching energy from dragons. She's gonna be somewhat dragon. Ugh.
But yeah, like.
Will Dragon Slayer work on her? Huh.
Yeah, then you, after you route it to your portal properly, then say, can't get into this anymore. Then once you completely dismantle that, then the Death King can't leech any more power from his end. Then he'll come after you, but you're stronger now.
Yeah. So I
You can't
see.
fight him at his seat of power.
Solo the Death King, is that what we're doing?
Hmm?
Solo the Death King next time?
No, that is not what we're doing. It's like, I wonder why Cicatrix just wants to hang out in my temple all the time. I don't know. Like, yeah, you know, it's fine. I'll just stay here. Nothing weird about that, Emmy.
Evander High Castle, I just need you to stand here from. Oh no, I mean you go to the Grand Temple Malar.
Yeah.
Green Dragon ain't there.
You know, Evander, where the most challenging thing for Umberlee to deal with is under the ground, in a dry, hot desert mountain. Like,
Water does flow there.
How does your
The stone giants seek dominion over all.
How does Umberlee feel about the dominion of liquefied silvery souls? You know, is that the domain? Is it because it's like liquid, sort of?
I mean, that would be a strong domain. I suspect Hell would not be pleased that they had it, but you know, feel like they
I mean, how often
they're
would it
like
come up, really?
if anyone should have the soul liquidation element, it's us. We do it all the time, figuratively and literally.
And of course, I'm just saying, you've done enough that you can go back to.
Hmm?
You can reroute this portal to go back to.
All right, I don't have to make a goal about that.
This bigger one does seem to
Oh yeah,
be
like
routed better.
this stuff up in the main room, I suspect will take a lot of work.
While the others here seem to have been, I mean, if you think back at where they led, to various laboratories,
Yeah, they're all
work
destroyed.
centers and such, that Yaffle likely used during construction. It's not like they were left particularly open, many of them.
Well, I in fact know some of those names of those people.
Yeah.
So
To the various laboratory collaborators. While the main one is probably the one that's intended to be, therefore also constructed better. Particularly so that it can be opened without too much need for skill. It might be permanently open. Yeah.
yes.
I mean, you really don't want to fight things more powerful and higher level, so you can actually do all your cool things. Didn't get around to that this session, but you just upset things more powerful than you higher level, and there you go.
Right. Well, then we farm the XP. You know, there's hard goals.
Stop making hard goals that you complete. Easy.
Right. I feel like it's such a looking at them like, oh God, we're level 26. I'm like, no, I'm not ready to stop. I'm not ready.
I squat on my goals. That way I don't rocket level. And I don't even have a thing that, beats up people that are higher level than me. I'm trying to help you, Aaron.
Yeah, I bet.
Yep. That's why I'm doing it. Congratulations.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to seeing what you do with this next time, if anything.
Yeah, so I contemplate a lot. I freak out. Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
still not sure what the possibilities are.
No, I'll have to work on knowing the possibilities.
If you only had some sort of cool item that allowed you to translate runes and all sorts of
I
crazy
do.
things. No, but I mean the kind of thing that the Netherese made. The Serpent Valley.
Oh, well. That was a piece of paper. That's alright. They can have a piece of paper. I mean, they're not going to have it for long.
You don't think so?
No, I think the Death King's going to take it.
No, I'm pretty sure they left with it.
Maybe.
You know what the Netherese Empire is named after? What sort of paper might they be interested in?
I don't know.
Right.
No,
That's also
I
fine.
mean...
That's also fine.
I don't. I mean, I know what kind of paper they're interested in, but I don't know what their name. I mean, Nephilaril, but I don't know any more than that about their name.
They named it after the Nether Scrolls.
Oh, all right. Well, I mean, I don't know what that is.
Things from elves.
Yeah. Oh no. Like dragon comet shit.
Probably not so specific now.
No,
Well,
no,
they
but
also
like
did
that
that,
was
the
also
elves.
made, by elves, I think, because
Elves did
old
that
elves.
too.
I
Yeah,
guess.
it's gonna be one of those like, oh, I can make a ritual that totally cheats. I can do whatever the fuck I want. It won't be affected by anything because
You're
I've
doing a
got
lot
the
of
power
heavy.
for a moment.
You're doing a lot of heavy lifting. I'm gonna be in Marcember next session.
Yes.
Oh, Zuzael December. The
Yeah.
harbor, the white walls, the white city.
Yeah.
We're
And here's this
presented to the
fucking
king.
green dragon. Is I ain't transforming into human form for this. Oh no. Not a Vizier Leech there. I'm Elder of the Emerald Enclave. I'm helping. Fight me. I'd love it. Cormier's like, you! War wizards come out.
If ever there was a time for them to begin throwing down, it's when they got multiple epic tier things around.
Yeah.
They try.
With us and all these
He
shows.
kills a bunch of them. Char wins.
Yeah.
Wasn't the
that's a thing.
plan, but plans change.
Yep. Well, guess we're here now. What a campaign. There's only one person who can save us from the Shadow Weave, and his name is Ass Jam.
Mhm.
The unlikely hero of our story.
Ah, yes. The hero's like, where the fuck did I put those names? Evander Besk, Sarkhan, and Jaffel, and then whatever that Nathlin dude was called. He's under another note.
Hmm.
All right. Well, I'm googling. I'm googling those people. Well, I'm
Right.
asking my hags. That guy was a total bitch. No, right?
Hags aren't the same anymore.
They're not. You have noticed I don't visit them so much anymore.
Since you asked, right? Okay, you haven't taken a clear look at this, but you're bringing it up. Another thing that would be found by this portal thing actually in 4 of the alcoves, the bottom ones or the last ones filled, would be 3 urns. What seems to be would be the cremated or disintegrated remains
of people.
Yeah,
those would probably be the trusted servants.
though it is clear that they have been emptied.
Yes. Surely, nothing would have happened to those.
Are there any marks on the urns?
They seem to be rather probably like bought at a yard sale almost. Like you could find them.
Oh, Lord.
It's just a clay urn someone bought who didn't really care about.
Yeah.
This is
You
like
know what?
I need to contain some remains so that I can confer with them later. But I don't really.
The Death King totally took those.
Seems like
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then of course Dodd Kong
Of course
would
he
know
could
so
rewrite
much.
it. He didn't do shit.
which you can then talk to if you're a powerful necromancer. Get to do all
Yeah.
the work for you, really.
Yeah.
No effort wasted, baby. The
Yeah.
more and more I hear about this, the more I like it.
lichdom and necromancy is powerful. Yeah, maybe not the
So
plan.
Jaffel didn't like necromancy.
No, she doesn't.
Common ground. 2 sworn enemies, Gaffel, we're second tricks. Band together to destroy necromancy. The new buddy cop film of 2022.
That's not gonna happen.
All right, we playing next
If
Friday?
you that movie, because the twist
Yeah,
would be that
I mean-
Visigatrix would then turn on her, and everyone knew that was gonna happen.
I should be good for next Friday, yeah. Unless
Yeah.
something
Alright.
else comes up, that's the plan.
Alright. Yeah, good job, then. Good job with your discoveries and your ritual and the beatdowns that happened to and from you.
And with that,
Next time,
as
City
well,
Adventures.
we'll see what happens.
Shopping.
things are certainly heating up, both in the world and with our. Yeah, but we will we'll say good night and goodbye for this time. You'll be with us again next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.